Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses. And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch. Red mine as well. Fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out for Blues. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Inrio. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's gonna find him, and he does it! Inrio with the clutch!
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Shrady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry. Tune out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if the slightest angle could be there for Space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it!
Win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. He needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does us all of them to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. QOR deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
And now it's all down to Dead in a 1v2, 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or cut down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse of Phantom Legion. They're gonna make this work happen. Oh, and a great pick there to rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead has full HP, Valena only has 16, and the free fire comes through and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is.
Blue Mine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted, but man oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines of sight of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're Space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous!
He lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
Revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that Boss G. It's gonna be very dangerous, especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the
window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill, finally gonna be cleared there from Jocks on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all chat immediately. I mean,
about it. They already know where his position is. Plus he ain't dying.
As much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's gonna get the pick on the Beano off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down. The Packer's gonna be hiding the Rat's bomb, but Cassia wins it. He forgets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Trick it, but they will again have the fight.
Still has to wait out to get that frag, and Cheese Boss will pay the price in due time. They're inside this train car, Juice. This is where the Alda could be very dangerous, but no feet visible, no head spotted around that corner. Hear any noise being made?
Down with you! And it's a spray out for 2! R&O! Send Cincinnati to match in series point.
Talked about skewing data. That's exactly what Cincinnati is doing.
Castle to push him off the solar. But in doing that,
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Might be playing towards default quiet and doesn't have the support. It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be shredded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly turned out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker.
deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill! Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come out from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Cage clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Ryra. He just had to land the Prey Fire, but the C4 forces him out of position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. Shaka, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Stop this ball from going down. It doesn't look like going to block. It's fully down from the attackers. But it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Outplay gets Rival. And now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Blitz, but my W gets one, gets two! Beautiful Blitz play and gets a third! A triple kill from my W onto the shield. And now all this stuff is going to be Copper on the Legion. And he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh, that it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They could go for a plant on the wine wall. 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third scoop. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly SpaceShoobs have given themselves an advantageous half.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the burn. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on a further attack. And then even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snappy. Doesn't even need the smokes. 2 away, and it's a triple.
Oh my god.
Check the angle they just died from.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop. Who's completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab naded and finished off.
Pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. But JJ, here rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with the diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse. Oh! But he's able to get them both in 1 mag.
Now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go...
2 remaining for Cincinnati. Cheese Boss trapped all the way inside Gold Vault. Arno working from Garage, able to close out Nay on that approach, but you have 2 players on side of the Toxic Babe from Cheese Boss. Eviscerates 1, lowers the HP of Wimpy. They're at maybe 10 HP in total.
Are you kidding me?
Cheese Boss! What a round to come out from hiding with
within the gold bottle. They struck gold.
Flying towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. He starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down, and one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but is instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers and Ariel. Welcome to the grand final.
Is the second player. The second player of Amazing has already wrapped back into Church as well, but he's gone from the other side. Rapton found Amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this half wall, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus, who said is very low HP, but now he realizes, oh, us in Church, I have case. All I need to do is put it down into the ground, and I have 25 seconds left at this point to do just that. Hit out of Perseus, goes through the rotate, but he's...
Only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a line scan, they're freezing them in place. Here comes out the big swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat. And now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. The offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back to his wall. What's going on?
It's gonna be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86% disadvantage for nearly the entire round. They're gonna now put themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but add is gonna be CBNO. There's not gonna be enough to be able to res it. However, don't count Jay Hitman out just yet. Making it a moving on a bunker round. Making an ace. The C4 narrowly misses Jay Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his weapon shut. Jay Hitman with the ace.
She got the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have the fuser down, but they need the kills. Ryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor of Ryonyx. Can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Ryonyx now in a 1v1
No way.
against Huzgetter. Inside a Taylor's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Ryonyx. He needs to get this kill on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Ryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are both
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Ryonyx needs to kill, and he'll get it. Invictus comes.
Range is between 0% and 5%. Blacking up sectors. What's going on here? Now,
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's gonna be up to Toaster, who found one, who finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, he looks so good. Now maybe he can just find the Toaster. What happened? Hitting bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. These fixating bolts goes out, but it's going to have no impact. This gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead. His teammates should have his back. Gold with the lightest touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
BLITZ Season 3 has been an absolute blast up to this point, but eventually everything has to come to its conclusion. But the great thing about esports here, Irish, is that it can come to a conclusion with a grand finale. One big last bang to get the ball rolling. My name's Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful Irish, and we're super excited to get this grand finale rolling. And 2 teams step into this one. Very excited to see who can come away the victor.
And 2 very different teams. From Core specifically, we could see them start a Tier 3 dynasty, much like Makers, and go on a run of winning multiple events over and over and over again, and then continue on to Element to potentially make a run there. For Shoobs, we see the core and the main essence of a team like Wanted Goons back in the day, potentially on for an upset run, as earlier on in the bracket they took down Hakikimori, who a lot of people had winning over them.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of precedent to be said. There were no really big teams that made it this far that were anything to scoff at in any capacity. Cincinnati, a very solid collegiate team. Obviously, Kikomori took them down. Then you had that battle against Shoobs. Shoobs take them down in 2-1 fashion, which kind of brings this big question. How much have SpaceShoobs improved since we last saw these 2 teams face off against each other? And what was that, the group stages of what league was that at the time between these 2 sides? That came away with a victory for, I believe, Shoobs at the time in a 2-0 fashion, which was very different from what I think a lot of people are kind of expecting here today with QOR, who's been on a, like you said, a really big turn and elevated the roster overall to a next level, and even has their academy team that they had to walk through just moments prior to this one in their previous series. That is not a team to scoff at in any capacity, and has done a lot of, well, dirty work to a lot of really good teams stepping through here to the ending stages of Blitz Season 3.
Oh, and yeah, talking about that QOR academy team specifically, it's one of those teams where, you see a main team versus an ACAD team going up against each other, and usually you tend to try to pick the main team if you want to make predictions or try to predict anything. But again, like you said, that ACAD roster looked really good. Again, it was a lot of players who either came from content or came from console or came from a lot of other places, and then just kind of stepped into this actual competitive environment and did really, really well individually. It's a team where I could see players either sticking together and continuing to make a roster that plays really well, or splitting up. But either way, stepping through that side of the bracket, beating Karn, who, yes, they have had their troubles recently, but is always going to be a strong team in Tier 2, and especially when it comes to these Tier 3 tournaments, it was a really tough side of the bracket for them. Looking on to the other side, though, like we said, it's a bit of an upset run for SpaceShoobs because they had an incredibly difficult side of the bracket as well. It was just a stacked bracket, no matter where you start.
And when you have teams that good, eventually you have to hope that the best ones get to the end. But to be the best team, you have to have the best players. So let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters individually. For SpaceShoobs, it's Exige, Schmink, Teddy, Toaster, and Volspur, players we've seen for a while now, it feels like, in the scene, floating around different teams and rosters, for at least a couple of these. I think I've used Teddy now for 3 or 4 years at this point. I am not going to read what's in quotes beneath SpaceShoobs right there, but, screw it, I'll say it. Stroke it nasty style is the quote that's directly beneath SpaceShoobs right there. We might as well. If they're going to throw it up on the screen, don't expect me not to say it. But this team, like you said, very tough run to get to this point. They didn't get to see their academy team for the secondary. They don't then you go, oh, it's an easy matchup for it, as like you were kind of joking, which we know the academy team is nothing to scoff at on that side of the bracket. But we can argue that they have had as tough of a journey, if not a tougher journey, in comparison to QOR, who has Focal, Franklin, Rival, Spiff, and Inrio, a bunch of other players, like we've said, that have been seen for quite a while in the scene.
And yeah, QOR, not all that long ago, kind of not like nuked the roster, but really, picked the roster apart. There was that Candle, Moses, Inrio roster for a while. That, went everywhere. And then because Franklin was available from M80X after they blew up, Rival and Spiff kind of have been bouncing around that area, and Focal as well. This roster was pieced together, and again, kind of looks like a Tier 3 super team at this point. Inrio spent a lot of time with a lot of very high-profile Tier 3 teams. Spiff obviously had his Tier 1 debut at SI, and had been playing after that at the Tier 1 level for quite a bit. These are players with a lot of Tier 3 experience, and for Spiff, a good amount of Tier 1 experience as well.
Yeah, and you got to hope that that experience will try to show off here and I guess rub off on a lot of the other players to an absolute monster of a team. And we can't go ahead and touch on those statistics since we have already slightly brushed over that there with that quick use of the stinger. We can head back over to that and kind of show it out, but they've been a ridiculously solid team overall. I think they have the highest attack and defensive win ratio in the entire program, in the entire Blitz Season 3 league. And for the opposing side of Shoobs, it's, yes, still really good in the attack, but defensively have been a little bit hit or miss. I think it's like 40%-ish for their defensive wins in comparison to the 60% plus they have for attack. Both attack and defense is 60. For both sides. QOR's winning percentage is not accurate, by the way, for their statistics right there. And a lot of the statistics are so skewed from the games we had the other day, but they have been statistically an anomaly, so to say, across the board. And the way that they've been winning their games in their series has been as strong of a showing as you could possibly ask for to this point in comparison to the way SpaceShoobs have. Good, but is it good enough to take down QOR?
Yeah, looking over towards that QOR side, it's something where, we talk up Spiff as having that Tier 1 talent, but he's not even the best rated player on his team. Focal is having an incredible event right now. Rival is also right there behind Spiff as well, and, you would talk about, Franklin came from a super high profile team. Why isn't his rating all that great? Well, he plays a pretty hard support role for this team. So having all of your main players, all of your main entries do this well and having a very strong showing as a support player. You kind of just need to do your job, clock in, clock out, and that's all that his team really needs him for at this point, it seems like.
There's our updated stats for Core. 64% on defense, 61% in attack, and I had it backwards. So 65% defense and the 60% for SpaceShoobs in the defensive side of things. But 17 KD for both Focal and Spiff. Meanwhile, it's all negative for SpaceShoobs, and it's been a Volsper showcase. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Volsper can do. But can the team handle the backpack, the weight on Volsper's shoulders? We'll have to see. But we also have to see where we're going in this one. Let's go ahead and take a look at our map bans. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5. No infinite OT here, Ira. So we will be saved for the most part from having to go into 25, 30 plus rounds in a single map, but we will in fact still see 5 of them. Border and Lair, the first 2 guaranteed. Bank will also 100% be seen, and the question will be, will Skyscraper and Console even be in the docket unless a team wins 3-0? I'm willing to bet we'll at least see Skyscraper by the end of this one.
It's kind of interesting the way that we saw the map bans play out. The fact that those kind of middle 2 bans were Clubhouse and Labs, which are, in my mind, 2 pretty similar maps, and besides the kind of actual, square footage and area difference between those 2 maps that makes Nighthaven Labs specifically a lot harder to full clear if you're going for that on an attacking side, besides that, they tend to play out pretty similarly. So having both teams say, hey, we don't want to play out those more traditional checklist style maps, we want to start on something like Border, we want to start guns blazing, gives me a lot of excitement for this best of 5.
Yeah, the last time these 2 teams faced off, I believe, was actually on Cafe, was map 1, and then the second map was... Why am I blanking on it? Clubhouse, I think, is what it came down to. Either way, it was not... It was an extremely close first map on Cafe. I'm expecting, playstyle-wise, the Border that little bit more methodical, having to clear out these heavy extensions, something you expect to see across Cafe. While it's a little bit less hit the rooftop and work your way downwards, it is still that kind of due process, that kind of step-by-step elimination plan that's really necessitated for a map as difficult as Border is for a lot of attacking teams, especially when it's that much more difficult to kind of crutch and rely on a single operator when you have this new veto phase in Siege X. It's Blackbeard and Nomad, of all things, knocked off for the attacking side, and it's Smoke in Azami. Who else but removing the Architect themselves from the roster? This is a pretty interesting band selection. The Blackbeard I expected, but the Nomad is something that I think is more so just trying to make it easier for that roam potential that SpaceShoobs is looking to go with.
It also just completely stops Shoobs on their defense from doing anything crazy like jumping out of windows, especially if Core decide, like their drones have spawned on, to go for a more east-sided take or a more split-sided take where they have the option of a very quick jump out, a very quick execute, when otherwise that could have been countered by SpaceShoobs of running out east, running out that office window. What I'm more interested from the ban phase is that smoke ban. It's something that, especially for a map like this, something like a Clash, even pre-rework, did a ton of damage to attacks, slowed them down, stopped attackers from being able to use shields on their side. So having a smoke where you can do things like, swap that out for an Echo, swap it out for maybe even a Tachanka on most of the sites on this map. I'm a little bit confused on that ban.
I think a lot of it is almost in expectance to this exact objective here. If they want to hit A side as fast as possible, use that Monty shield to get a foothold in, try to avoid a lot of the glaring problems. Typically things like Nitro Cells, Tachanka, Shamika Launcher, even something like a Yokai drone, which Shamika is actually bringing to the table, and I'm expecting that to be something that can be a bigger thorn than maybe Core expecting in their side. They'll have to keep an eye out for it with no IQ on the board. They're expecting to be able to gain that quick entry, have that window watch and cross, and try to get some sort of reliance on this side of the map, like you said, that east to west style of approach, and try to find that focal point, maybe pun intended for it, to give Core that little bit of an entry and that little bit of a net gain positive. But this is where I think SpaceShoobs, the overall style, especially you're talking about banning out the Nomad, removing out that initial shield, they want to play in that late stage flank, having a player come in, final 30 seconds, still unknown, and catch a player off guard before getting way back again and rotating back to assist that one player still left on site. It's a little bit harder to do that when they have a direct approach directly into the objective from an outside door as well as an outside window. It puts too much weight, I think, on shutting down the Monty, which Focal has already started to make way through, and spotted, I believe so, that yokai drone from Smiggy was giving plenty of information. They want to try to keep that alive.
Not even just that, but Teddy's early roam also has delayed out a ton of time. Core were trying to work in an initial vertical clear by just inserting the buck below, moving members and rotating them around to then be able to punish them with the Ash working in from top east, but they haven't really been able to do that. Spiff has been sitting inside of Passport, looking for a freebie, looking for a cutoff this whole entire round, and Teddy, meanwhile, is rotated up back to the main stairs. Rival is the one to find that first cutoff, get the opening pick of this entire match.
Now you see them starting to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance. Yes, you lose Spiff, almost immediately afterwards for the refrag, but you can almost vacate Teddy's position as long as you keep a wary eye on your flank. They're being very distracted despite not really having too much to contend with over here. Flashes can buy you more time, but Inrio will have nothing left in their tank. It's Toaster tossing a nitro cell that burns at least one. Something I was talking about, maybe something to keep in mind for Core Gaming, knowing that they want to use this Montia Focal up front to try to spearhead their way directly in towards site. But if you can't do that, might as well use it to try to flush out Teddy. You got 30 seconds left, though, and time is not something you have a lot of as it ticks further away. The Dreadnought mines from the Fenrir as well, causing more problems than anything else. As Focal will rotate away from the A side and now directly here towards Armor with this triple wall is reinforced. And while you do be a little bit concerned about that leftmost wall, where you have a little bit of vision for it, no one's going to peek up past that small wall, and you're going to have to try to focus on Focal if you can. You can crouch that corner to keep them back. One player holding on the armory itself, and Teddy just stands up to deal with Franklin. What a massacre on site for SpaceShoobs.
And Teddy was absolutely everywhere that round. Every space that Core tried to take, Teddy was just standing his ground. I mentioned very early on that Core were trying to insert the buck below, play for some vertical, rotate members around, and then maybe hold a cutoff from top east, a cutoff on Archive's window, and make the defenders so uncomfortable that they had to swing into something that was already held by Core Gaming's attack. Unfortunately, again, Teddy was just teleporting around the map. They tried to work it in below from bathroom window, Teddy was there. They tried to rotate their attack over towards east and then take CC. Teddy had already walked up metal, was inside a fountain, and was there. And in the late round, once they rotated their attack from CC over towards west balcony, who else would be behind the half wall but Teddy, closing out the round for his team as well. 2 kills, but not only just with kills, having an incredible amount of impact by just always being in the right spot to stunt Core Gaming's attack.
The question will be, with round 2 going down to Bathroom and Tellers, how do Core Gaming choose to break this down? SpaceShoobs have opted to go for the Valkyrie, the Warden, which can likely sit upstairs, try to lock down that for as much as possible. And you can see Volsper heading up there directly, always having the option for the hatch drop, which would mean that Core Gaming need to keep a player on that Tellers window by vending to ensure that they can at least exit frag that rotate and attempt out. But the process of doing so leaves that player kind of alone in an island, and also leaves them up for the variable of a cheeky swing by SpaceShoobs to cover that. There's likely will always be a player in that hall on first floor fighting to keep some level of contention there, because you don't want to have the viability for a rush through on the docket. And you do see Core Gaming now officially having their lineup selected. The Deimos to try to lock out a couple more of those individual players. The IQ, which was something I said maybe they wanted to look for in that last round they didn't bring, will be really good at devolving a lot of what SpaceShoobs bring to the table in this round. And then the Blitz from Vocal, as of all things, instead of the Monty they had the round prior. Maybe speed and information a little bit more in their back pocket, and maybe a little bit more chances for Vocal to get those frags we know they're so capable of up to the stage.
Yeah, no direct vertical operators on Core, and I mean, maybe you could count the Deimos as being able to get kills through that vertical by just using his util, but no one with breaching charges, no buck, no ram, no sledge, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna matter!
A speedy, thrifty entry. Focal just steps their way forward. Yes, loses out on Rival just moments afterward, but Smiggy's been DB noted. Inrio can execute Teddy, and while Focal does get a headshot to Volsper in the same fell swoop, they get the MP7 shot right back to their own head, and it requires Inrio to elevate and extend that player advantage by one more. The 3-on-1. SpaceShoobs had fallen victim to that speedy style. They said that swiftness they have to worry about with a blitz on the board, and Core Gaming are now thriving in this position. Spiff low on HP, does have Diffuser in hand. Deimos tracker on Toaster up on the second floor, trying to wrap through Archives now, rushing off towards Beepers, and yes, they know there's a player top of main stairs, but being too wary to try to peek this, and the fallback plan being made by Franklin so easily puts this into an easy plant and a very difficult defuse for Toaster in front of them.
1v3 with call going out. Info is already known by Core, but it's not gonna matter. He falls from the top rope, gets Spiff, but is instantly traded out by Inrio. 1v3 looked fantastic for a second, but it's a pretty clean round by Core. They made a very, very nice entry on the top floor, and even though they didn't have any vertical operators to really work the space that they got, it didn't matter because SpaceShoobs, in the man disadvantage, was forced into aggression that Core just punished every single time they swung.
And that level of just success that Core gaining right off the rip just destabilizes the rest of SpaceShoobs' entire plan. And to combo that off, Core does not let off the gas immediately after getting that first frag from Spiff. They send Focal in the second floor, follow behind with Rival. Yes, Rival doesn't get what they really wanted to the shots across through and into Armory, but the way that you use that shield user as a spearhead, talk a lot about how Blackbeard can feel like they're a tank in and of themselves. They drive through as this near indestructible force, but they yet also have a gun in front of them that they can bring up with, yes, some danger, but mostly still protected. Most other shield users don't have that level of luxury. They need someone behind them. They need a BTR and they need a gunner with them. And you do pay the price sometimes in the process of doing so, but what they gained was still a position of dominance, and I have to expect that to continue from Core if we see that objective back again from SpaceShoobs. But I will not expect to see that for quite a bit. Instead, the Mira's on the board now alongside the Kaid for the Electro Claws. Vision from Teddy. Rival will once again bring out that IQ, and that should shut down all of those black eye cameras, as well as be able to spot out where Volsper is if they were trying to use those gamer goggle shades of the Warden to try to stay in position despite the utility being sent out by Core.
A much different operator lineup out of Core, and once again, even still, a very quick entry. Spiff walking into this custom space, looking for that opening pick, and Exige is looking for the exact same thing.
Oh my goodness. Hatchback from above, though, and now Spiff is just completely stuck, not sure what they have left to deal with here, Irish, and well, that hatch was mostly just broken in an attempt to try to set up something for a later rotate or to, trick them and stall them. Core Gaming still gained a net positive from that first engagement in 60 seconds, and this is another point where, yeah, they're not as quick into the map as they were last round, but they still were just as quick in getting that frag.
The one thing for Core Gaming is, after they made the swift entry last round, it forced Shoobs into aggression that they punished. Looks like they're looking to do the exact same thing. Shoobs on the aggression is in that man disadvantage. They want to equalize. They want to stop Core Gaming's push, because if the last round is anything to go by, if Core get the early round advantage, they just snowball it into sight, and Shoobs are just running out of every single space, looking for a freebie that Core is not giving to them. This 5v3 is completely locked in. That's a very odd gun.
We all make choices in life. Can't say it's always the right choice, but a quick plant attempt is already undergoing for Core. Actually, Focal planting this one down as the Twitch. Franklin able to get an isolated 1v1 against Schmiggy, and it's completely out the window now for SpaceShoobs. Toaster, DB node might as well not be a point of contention. It's just Teddy alone in a 1v4. Nitrocell will be ripped, not yet expunged and detonated. Finally will go down as an attempt to catch somebody on the rotate from the drop and to hide the audio cue of their landing. But Teddy will try to swing off closer towards security, but it will not matter. It's a direct look at the distance and range you have and the ability of Core. We saw a little bit of it last round to hold on to a post plant in a 3v1. We see it again there. They do not care what number advantage they have. They will do everything that's in front of them and keep their steps standardized, which I think is one of the great things we've seen from Core throughout Blitz Season 3.
There's not a ton. Yeah, SpaceShoobs banned the Blitz out, but honestly, Core Gaming have been swapping around their operator lineup so much that there isn't really an individual operator that they can use to stop the pushes of Core Gaming. On the other side, the Mira makes a ton of sense, because yes, there are counters, but something like an Ashe, even though you can directly counter it, it's still having to peek the Mira window at all with util in your hands. It's just a risk that if you could take it off the board with that third ban, you might as well do it. For SpaceShoobs, they're actually doing something that I saw at the Golden Coast Clash LAN that I casted a little bit ago. The very first non-tier 1 LAN and non-tier 1 play of Siege X. You can hide an operator. You can hide a power operator
Because even though there is one reactive ban, you can do exactly what SpaceShoobs have done, which is not play the Clash for the first 3 rounds, bait the Mira in front of the faces of Core Gaming and say, hey, we love to play the Mira, we're going to play it on every single site, it's our strongest operator, and then switch up onto something that's even stronger when there's no chance of Core being able to ban it. Exige, with West Wall completely open, with the barbed wire out, playing directly off of this Clash shield, it is going to most certainly be the win condition for Shoobs on this round.
It's also the only player they currently have inside Army, while the rest of the team is still, setting up in the moments after the prep phase ends. It will likely be hard to move a player in there for direct control. We did see the rotate back late round for the Ella of SpaceShoobs in round 1, where you just have that quick rotate back upstairs behind that short wall. Don't expect to see as much versatility, as much movement from SpaceShoobs overall, and a little bit more reliance on getting the information from Exceed and acting off of that once they have it, like we're expecting attacking teams to bring to the table. Franklin, I think, has brought out a pretty great counter to this alongside Spiff. Utility that can be sent from a distance that can either flush the player out of control or very well just knock them down a board in the first place. But with this objective on the board, we saw the Monty the first time around, Irish, and we said, hey, maybe it'll be an 8-site push and we'll see them go for that quick plant. That was not the case at all, and instead it came down to a much more methodical attempt throughout the whole map for SpaceShoobs. Just kind of suffocated a lot of that and got their one, something that they have failed to do throughout round 2 and 3.
Rival making quick entry, trying to take space. The one problem for Shoobs on this defense is they don't have anything to stop Focal from below, but even still they find the kill on him. They take the vertical completely out of the equation as Core Gaming try to push onto site.
Franklin gets away with a huge one there as well, takes down the Clash of Exige. Well, yes, you trade another one in the process. Core Gaming will take the positive advantage from this. Franklin now planting the diffuser. Quick use of Spiff here to watch this window. This is a plant that you have full control over now, and it's just a matter of keeping back Volsper, the single highest KD player for the side of SpaceShoobs, making Teddy play honestly. And Teddy, all the way from across in security, does not need to worry about it at all. Steps straight through the west wall, deals with one. Volsper deals with the finale that is Spiff, and SpaceShoobs will get away with round 4 and tie up this map now 2-2.
It was a very odd push from Core. The thing that it seemed like they tried to do was send the call out, send a bunch of pieces of execute utility to bait Shoobs into swings, to bait Shoobs into maybe using their C4s or any plant denial slightly prematurely, and then pushed off of a weird timing with very few smokes, very few pieces of execute utility to maybe sneak it down. But the thing is, because they didn't have enough execute utility to be able to secure the plant, they had to send people into aggressive swings to delay out time. Now that did allow them to get the plant down, but at that point, they had a man disadvantage. They were in very uncomfortable positions, and even though they had a lot of operators that theoretically could have been really good in the post plant, like the Capitao, like the Grim, like something like that you can send pieces of utility safely through windows to either fire and stop someone directly from getting a plant down, or send info, have an exact ping, go for a pre-fire, and do essentially the exact same thing. For Core, because they tried to do that kind of funky baiting out of util earlier on, it seemed like they just didn't have enough in their pocket once the execute finally happened, and SpaceShoobs tie it up 2-2.
We headed now to round 5, 2 left in this half, and still we don't have a major point to say which side will come away positive at halftime. We've seen a lot from Core when it comes to the 2 secondary sites for SpaceShoobs. Now we're heading back over to it again. The reliance, or at least it seemed like the reliance of Core Gaming in this attempt, was they clear of second floor by using Focal on that blitz, followed by Rival on the IQ with that extension in through window, in the fight to Toaster up above. No Rival did go down. It still created an easy point of entry for Core, and they used that as a way to further take down that spacious extension of the top floor, and really was short-lived for the rest of the defense from that point onwards. They do not have the blitz this time, though, banned out by SpaceShoobs, and this could have been an entire attempt for SpaceShoobs to say, hey, we want to break even at halftime, and our best chance is to try to focus on a round we felt really got out of hand. But truly, I don't know if there's enough to really say that's going to matter. The Monty could have been brought forward by Core Game, and they opt not to do so. Instead, no shield in front of them whatsoever. And they will go fairly heavy on the hard breach here, actually, with the Ace on board. Maybe looking to use this as a way to get sightlines, or maybe an extra way to go in down below to get through Arsenal instead, or sorry, Armory down below, or whatever the room is called, open down below, and try to get across towards Bathroom. But That would require you to clear a lot of space that SpaceShoobs would be actively fighting for, and you still need top-down control to make sure you don't get removed from up above.
And even with all of the best made plans, you're still eventually going to have to come up against Exige on the Clash, something that is incredibly strong right now. You can play individually just off of your own shield, but also you can be the spearhead of your team and just delay. As for Core, it's 2 minutes into the round, and they're just scraping by, barely taking space in Armory, and now they're finally kind of transitioning into the top floor hold, but it's a minute left. They still have to take all of this area on the second floor and then transition into an execute, and then plant, and then hold post.
Reloading.
Franklin trying to play in an initial fight. Work room door through to L Hall, but taking a sizable chunk of damage from down below. Vocal has not done a good enough job of clearing this player of Exige just yet, but finally, she will fall. And Rival with a nade, tricky enough to take down Teddy, who's trying to rotate out from Fountain. Elevates Core now into a state where they can continue to trickle these frags in their favor. It's 4 versus 2. With Franklin and Spiff, yes, low. They have a great chance to now drop down in towards side and deal with Volsper and Toaster. Toaster directly inside Tellers, and Volsper off in Customs, just waiting, prowling for their opportunity. Vocal very well may lose their life in the process if they are not aware of Volsper just close by. Nitrocell toss goes nowhere, and Franklin will get this plant down. Yes, Inray will pay the price, and Volsper gets 2 for their troubles. But Toaster's now left alone from the refrag from Spiff, and Spiff still wants to fight out against Toaster. Vocal hiding back, doesn't even need to fight this. The defuse gets touched and teased by Toaster. Up above, noise being made, dropping them away from the diffuser for nary a moment, but it's enough to let Spiff swing for the frag and give Core Gaming the lead now at 3. 1 round left in this first half.
I feel like a fool. That was an incredible round out of Core Gaming. I said that they were maybe delaying out a little bit too much. It felt like with a minute left, taking all of top floor, storming into site and taking site might have been a little bit too much. But silly me, I forgot what map it is. It's Border. The attacks take 2 seconds. There's always an outside facing window, and when Core Gaming decided to hit that go button, they hit it with an absolute freight train of speed. And even though Shoobs looked very good on that retake, Volsper specifically getting 2 very important picks, it's still at the end of the day turned into a 2 versus 1 post plant that Core were very easily able to just bait out from sound on a hatch. Core Gaming, when they hit that go button, they are quick.
Speed is such a problem for defenders who lose out on that player advantage really early, and let's be frank here, Core Gaming have been easily the better team when it comes to getting that first frag and using that as a trickle point for more. SpaceShoobs, anytime they've gotten that first kill, stalls out. That's their job and role and responsibility as a defending team. And it's not entirely to keep them away from the objective, to keep them away from the objective for as long as humanly possible. And even when they get there, which seems like an inevitability in the state of Siege X, they have to do it on your terms. Core set those terms from the beginning. We get a frag, we push, we take that speed, and we punish. I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon, even with the shield of Blitz and the difficulties of playing shields on a lot of maps with them being banned out so heavily by defending teams. It hasn't really kept Core off of the docket. SpaceShoobs will once again try to pivot off to another style. Volsper this time off towards the Ella. And yes, information and plenty. He's got Teddy on that Valkyrie. You don't have the mirror window anymore for sight lines. And the Clash has not been functioning, so you will not see it be brought out for round 6.
Core very consistently ran this duo, the IQ and the Twitch, so Rival is able to ping out any and all gadgets on the map for SpaceShoobs, and Inrio is able to, from complete safety, take them out. Something that, on some rounds, has looked like a little bit of a misplay, because on some rounds, it's only a few pieces of utility that are able to be stopped, but on this round specifically, everything but Schmiggy can be taken down from those Twitch drones. Unfortunately, Rival gets taken down as well. Opening pick goes over towards SpaceShoobs, but it doesn't stop them from their aggression.
How often do SpaceShoobs look to do this? We've known that when they're a player down, they'll go for some fairly aggressive swings, try to reclaim the player advantage, but when they're first blood up, you have to expect that it'll be a total mind shift. One player just outside the door of break. Spiff making a whole lot of noise, maybe in hopes that someone acts off that for SpaceShoobs. Patience we see in break from Teddy will not go unjustly. Now watching all the way off. Vocal It's eviscerated by Exige in the cross. Exige taking damage in the lap back the other way, but Spiff will have to be wary from their flank because there's still a player just inside security. Teddy is just moments away from them. It'll be Toaster off screen to go down first, and that's a bell to ring as Teddy will take the swing immediately afterwards to say, any kill you get, we are bound to find one immediately afterwards. And it's a 4 versus 2 now with 50 seconds left, and Inrio and Franklin are coming from the exact same angle, needing to reclaim control now of Diffuser, and it's a second floor hold that seems like they've got a perfect cross for it, but Inrio just devastates Exige's power position, and it's only Teddy now on the second floor off towards security, where a Nitro from below tears apart the chances of Core Gaming.
Yeah, info given out from SpaceShoobs, so those C4s aren't just a shot in the dark, they are a guaranteed kill, and Teddy doubles down. SpaceShoobs getting themselves a 3-3 half on a map that maybe is different for CJX. It does lean slightly more defensive-sided, but even still, for Core Gaming, you'd want to get at least a 4-2 half on border.
What I'm more confused about there is if you know the player, you saw the player get behind security desk, and you did not see them cross towards the rounding corner of it, you know they're behind that PC block and monitor. Take the shot. And instead, 4 bullets get sent out, and then they stop and hesitate.
It could be prone.
Yeah, but the chances of which are something I'd more likely to not risk. You know where they're going to be. They know where you are. The diffuser was entirely under their claim and control. Slight misplays. Would it have mattered? Probably not. But at the end of the day, this is our role. We kind of nitpick the players. I would have loved to see a final 20 seconds and desperation coming out there from Franklin to see what they could possibly cook up. But the first half, well, it's not burnt, but it's not undercooked either. It's a fairly even attacking stance. 3-3 our score heading into round 7. And again, this was the we'll see it here in a moment. I want to see the replay for this. All of that gets destroyed, and it's just the Mana that saves you. CRT for the win, it seems like. My goodness, who knew that those would come back once again to bite us? They technically have a better refresh rate than modern monitors. Just
yeah, well, not. I don't know about a better refresh rate, but better input latency. They have like fantastic input latency. Either way, very different style of bans from both of these teams. Core Gaming taking out the Ace, which they themselves on their attack used quite a bit once it got to that, last 3 rounds of their half. And Shoobs immediately taking out the Clash, which again, they also abused on their defense. It seems like they're kind of reading into what they liked to use earlier on in this game and banning it out immediately on the other side.
Reloading.
I mean, when you know just how annoying it can be, because you're yourself using it in your strategies, it's probably a good idea just to take it down a peg and remove the option for it. I'm more kind of impressed with the Dokkaebi ban. That's something that I'm looking at and saying, for a map like Border, it makes sense, but is this a target specifically for SpaceShoobs and the way that they play? I may have to see, but I do like that we actually have the glass on the board here for Volsper, watching that customs window, ensuring that, or that upstairs window, sorry, into A-site, having that sort of cross. And even if you do eventually to extend as an attacking roster, mostly towards this west wall that comes in towards Arsenal, and that devastation of clearance towards security, where you have your Monty currently, that crossfire is still too much and too powerful to kind of just ignore and leave. Shmiggy is in a very, very bad spot here, trapped because you have not yet removed the defender here of Inrio inside security. And you also have a player watching your direct door in front of you. Siege, though, will sneak their way through swiftly as it's an entire ploy to that west wall in Arsenal. It's a plant on A side, baby, and it is an attacking SpaceShoobs in control in a 4 versus 3.
A fantastic play from SpaceShoobs baiting out on the other west side while the whole time Plant was going down on east. Now it's a 3v3 retake. It is easily winnable from either one of these sides.
The issue is you have a glass watching that window. Too much of a power position. Nades can also zone. If you're going to continue to wait out this time, you're going to fall into the rest of the utility that is in the back pocket here for SpaceShoobs. But it's a Volsper and Exige, each finding a frag. Yes, Inrio's still standing, can try to tap this diffuser, but Toaster's just moments away from this one. And Inrio has to take the swing. Gets it! Can they start it in time? No. It will not matter. No chance they're going to go for it. If only this was like Valorant, where you could stick it through to the end. Who knows? I'm good with it, though.
No, I honestly,
Even with that incredible clutch and that incredible kill in the late round, it still feels incredibly deserved from SpaceShoobs.
It does.
They baited out on that west side, and we were talking about like, hey, this Monty, what the heck is he doing? He's in a terrible spot. He's just, no matter which side he turns, he's dead. That was the whole play the entire time. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. It didn't matter whether he took space. He was pulling so much attention. Yes, he's in a crossfire, but you're trading one life of your Monty for 2 players' attention, 2 players who could have stopped plant on the other side of the map. You know, it is a very small map, so the rotate came in very quickly, but already at that time, you have a post plant, and for SpaceShoobs, you have so much, like you said, still zoning utility in your pocket. Something that we talked about for Core Gaming on their east side attacks.
10 seconds remaining.
They kind of jumped the gun on util and didn't really have as much for late round. Shoobs did the exact opposite. They kind of snuck plant down using a minimal amount of util. One or 2 smokes to have the glass that you just don't want to peek. 1 or 2 of those ROUs. But they still had so many nades in their pocket for that post plant to stop Core from retaking. A really, really good set play, seemingly, from them.
Yeah, and a completely different strategy now being brought out for the exact same objective. I was going to say last round, the difficulty of that objective comes in where a lot of value in Siege comes from setting things up, phantom pressure for making defenders keep their eye in one direction over the other. A site like that, and technically a site like this, as we see it again, that value comes from actually not creating phantom pressure, but having real applicable pressure. Where that then makes it so the defenders have to actively fight you on that side. And SpaceShoobs says, okay, this is easy to say on paper. How do we use this in a way that brings us to that next level? And the way is just push both sides. Your win condition is this one, but even if this one doesn't work out, you still have a pretty good foothold on the other side. We play both sides, so we always come out on top. But this current setup for your operator selection is a little bit different. The Monty is on the board. You also have the Blackbeard. 2 shield ops for SpaceShoobs on offense. And Core Gaming are a player down just a minute into this round, as unfortunately you lose out on Inrio, and that's a very valuable player who's already gotten themselves 8 kills to this state. And needs to go even further. This round is no chance for him. Round 8, no more. It's up to Core Gaming to try to reclaim this. Maybe a Nitro could give you a chance, and that will be the case. Spiff rips it through and gets Toaster off the board.
Even still, Volsper's still below. That opening kill that he got onto Inrio was just securing the space that he already had. He's gonna wreak havoc on these anchor members of Core Gaming. He's already forced Rival to swap around the rest of the map. Now, he is aware of somebody playing below. He is aware of Focal trying to retake a position inside of Customs and make him slightly uncomfortable himself. With a minute left, Focal needs to either get active or drop back up to this main floor.
A little bit of information in the process of doing so. Trying to use the hatch as well. Hoping somebody in security will peek the wrong way at the wrong moment. It will in fact be Rival from Core that goes down next. Get a shield directly in front of you if you're Spiff. Force your sentry out of security and away from that hatch, and Shmiki just has to exist in the process of doing so. But the Vector takes no prisoners. It's off with Exege's head. And Teddy, even in that same full suit, also gets a ton of damage built back the other way. They will still come out on top in their engagement off towards Focal. And Teddy is continuing to hold strong through that window. 3 from the same window. And SpaceShoobs, my goodness, their offense has looked impeccable, even on the same site, using 2 separate strategies. Core Gaming have not found an answer for it.
What does mailbox mean? That's exactly what mailbox means. Just sitting at a window, holding the perfect cutoff. And not only just that, but playing the role that is needed from your team. The rest of SpaceShoobs forcing around Core Gaming. We saw very early on, Wolfsburg get that opening pick on the first floor, and then he just continued to pressure out the rest of the members of Core Gaming. Shoobs were able to find Core were able to find some really good picks back to make Shoobs feel slightly uncomfortable, but still, the pressure was still below. Wolfsburg still maintained his space, and the Monty of Shmiki still just made so much impact. It wasn't just that they had a one-sided level of pressure on Core Gaming. It wasn't just the verticality. It was also that there was constantly a Monty in the faces of the defense. There were 2 operators of SpaceShoobs specifically designed to make Core uncomfortable, to force them into awkward positions and awkward fights, and then once they had the disadvantage, I mean, every single defense it's just ingrained in your brain. If you have a man disadvantage and you know that somebody's on a window, you kind of just have to swing it, and Shoobs clean up because of it.
So much has gone wrong for Core Gaming on their defense in this half. Yes, it's only just 2 in front, and maybe, just maybe, Core Gaming are playing the same way we kind of saw SpaceShoobs do. We're saying, hey, maybe that third ban for us will be the thing that changes the offense of SpaceShoobs so much so that it allows us to get better. But at the same time, you're also losing a defender. And if you're not winning with this, you're not really hiding anything, at least it seems for the most part right now for Core Gaming. It's hard to say that SpaceShoobs are relying on a single operator to get the job done, considering what they did in that first round and the complete change-up for it in round 8. Core Gaming are just going to need to put their money where their mouth is and try to show up on this defense, because if they don't, things get out of hand very quickly. And for a map like Border, it's not one you want to give up, knowing how close the previous matchup you two had was against each other. That cafe match nearly requiring OT to do so. Falco, though, will be the first player to find a kill in this round, and it is the Blackbeard, of all things, for SpaceShoobs that's eviscerated. And now Teddy joins them in the afterlife as well. No more 4K for you, Teddy. This round will keep you silent.
The entries of SpaceShoobs have just been stuffed by Core Gaming, and they just continue to try and try and try. Now they do essentially have a cutoff on this. Oh my god, they aren't even going to play the pick onto Sandwich. He's gonna get the pick onto Schmiggy. He isolates out a 1v1 because the fight is taken from Fountain onto Volsper, isolates out the 1v1, and yes, even though we saw Volsper find that pick, his Monty goes down in the background, and now it's still a man advantage for Core, and without that Monty, you don't have the spearhead of the attack. You're just forced to play guns into a team that has man advantage, and a team that individually is very, very strong, like we talked about going into the map.
Group camera will be clear. SpaceShoobs still left with only 2. Volsper, ability to get their health back a little bit here if they choose to do so. The Toxic Babe is on the screen. Could be a pretty interesting counter. We saw it get banned right off the rip initially in that first half, and we did not want to compete against it.
Changing mag.
Toaster from up above will be cut off from a very interesting cross angle from below on lower hall outside Tellers from Franklin. That puts Toaster now alone in a 1v3. One player inside of Workshop, the remaining 2 lapping between Tellers and that outer hall. Real hard to try to take a fight that is in your advantage in offense in general, but to do so in a 1v3 seems impossible for Toaster. Maybe if they can try to get rid of Franklin, a DB&O through the soft wall. No finisher just yet. Player lapping back up to the second floor. That is focal to watch, and though the Toxic Babes from above, they had any still in that back pocket, though none are remaining. They can use that mobility that they have, knowing that there is no limit for their util, should I find a different way to lap, as the defuse plant will attempt to go down. There is no chance that Inrio will let it stick. It will be the first defensive round win to fall now for Core Gaming.
Core stem the bleeding of the first 2 rounds. Like you said, maybe slightly prematurely. Oh, it looks like SpaceShoobs are getting round after round, but Core stop the momentum and stop SpaceShoobs from getting a perfect 3 rounds and putting themselves onto a very scary match point. Instead, Core Gaming, with a really, really nice round, and I was actually just about to talk about the impact of the Valkyrie. That entire time, the defensive core just had perfect info on the attack. They were able to piece apart and split up 50-50s constantly. The fight taken, again, is just so impactful over from that west side onto Armory. If you split up 2 1v1s, even if you lose 1, if you take out the more important operator of the Monty, and then stop and then slow down the attack of SpaceShoobs, it's something that could work out very, very well for them, because then they get into a late round scenario where they're planting on 0-0 and you just win that round out. So for SpaceShoobs, taking off the info, but also taking off something that we didn't see in that round but was a potential win condition of fishing for kills off of C4s from that Valkyrie, I think it's a perfect ban for the style of defense that we've seen out of Core.
We looked a little bit before this one, saying how much will Volsper have to put the team in their back, and will those backpack strings start to fray as the game goes on? Well, Eddie has said, I will be here just alongside you, Volsper. Do not worry. Do not rest your head either. We're still going to need you because Schmiggy and Exige are sitting at 2 kills apiece right now. But yet still, SpaceShoobs lead overall in this map. And I say a lot, good teams that frag together tend to win together. That means that the team that is statistically more even across the entire team tends to find themselves at the lap of victory a lot sooner than teams that rely on singles to get the job done. But SpaceShoobs have had so much success on the offense to start things off that it feels hard-pressed to see Core Gaming rely on the fact that every player can step up individually. But when you shut down Teddy early, when you get rid of Volsper in that first half, you find Core Gaming finding very good round wins. But that has to continue. It's a lot harder to find the right kills at the right time on defense, where you're so reliant typically on an attacking team to try to fight you on their terms. All you can do is try to throw things out the window and rely on a little bit of information you can gather. And that Valkyrie being banned, like you said, is a lot more than just that, but can definitely remove a lot of the chances you would like to have on your defensive side to figure those things out first to break down how SpaceShoobs are going to come to the table and fight.
And that ban forces out a soulless pick from Inrio instead. It's something that he seemed like the player on Core to play those info operators, to consistently play the Valkyrie. But with it banned out, he's kind of forced onto something a little bit less comfortable. When Solus was first brought into the game, she was probably the strongest operator in the entire game, but after the ban, where you can't see what gadget's being used, you have to scan out, you have to do a bunch of other things to get the exact same info, we've seen her really fall out of the meta, and it's something that is most certainly not as strong as the Valkyrie, but also just maybe even not a strong individual operator. It forces a pick of something like that instead for Core. So for SpaceShoobs, they're able to get a lot of damage, they're able to force Inrio onto a worse operator, and it seems like they're already just still putting the pressure onto Core on this defense.
I mean, Spiff's down at like, what, 5 HP? Vocal's sitting at about 40 to 35. These players have been stuck in engagements and they've not gotten the better end of any of them. And now to make matters worse, one of the only full HP players left on the side of Core Gaming, that was Rival, goes down from a quick swing by Teddy. And well, yes, you do have Focal and a quick swing out to deal with Volsper on that window. But past that, you now have Schmiggy, who's pushing this directly, knows where Focal is, and it's a pretty much doomed refrag where you're hoping for as much damage as possible or a miracle headshot on that swing to do with Schmiggy, and neither of those really came to fruition for Core Gaming. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in effect. The value not really there for Core Gaming, and you only have 3 players left, and one of them is sitting at about 5 HP, and that's a player that you want to be very actively swinging fights because they're kind of that heavy emphasis fragger for this defending side. And yes, Spiff is good. He doesn't really need a lot of HP to get the job done. But knowing that a single bullet can really be the complete undoing of possibly the whole round for your side can definitely change the mental point for a player like that.
Inrio does have this late round utility to be able to stop plant when SpaceShoobs end up going for it, but in this upstairs position, he's playing for a late flank instead, looking for something that could be able to shut down Shoobs' attack individually with kills instead of with the info that he has.
Nitro, stepped away by Schmiggy. Time, though, is running out for SpaceShoobs. Bill could be call. Sorry, Lion EE scan. Bill could be on the brain from the ban. Exige rushes in, and I joked about a single bullet needing to deal with Spiff. I guess a single knife does the same exact dirty work. But it's everyone trying to funnel the exact same space and not really anything that Core could do about it. SpaceShoobs rush forward to success and put themselves now at match point in the first map of this best of 5.
Ironically enough, if Core Gaming had just held down that armory side, they would have been in perfect positions to play off of the info and be able to stop plant with vertical. Instead, they do exactly what SpaceShoobs had been doing on their defense, which is kind of just funnel in and go for kills instead, and it hadn't really worked for either team. Shoobs just individually, off of a few good individual rounds, were able to get that 3-3 half, but Core Gaming seemed to struggle to find the exact same success. Now looking down the barrel of match point against a team that, like we said going into this, maybe was slight underdogs. For Core, an incredibly strong roster, coming off of a win in TPL XGS finale, and you kind of just look like you're getting pieced by SpaceShoobs.
10 seconds
on your map pick. It just
5 seconds left.
It's not good. Oh, we had who was it behind the scenes earlier in our production crew that says they're shoobing it? That was who they were.
I gotta say it's either T-Van or Goose. That sounds like a T-Van or Goose thing.
I'm hearing it in my ear right now. I don't know who it is.
Okay.
It's God, they were so ecstatic about it. And by all the other accounts on a statistical board, Core Gaming was the favorites coming into this one, right? And that was something that was going to be a good story point for it. If SpaceShoobs could manage to pull off what seems like a statistical anomaly, then all the power to him. But knowing that they're able to do it in a fashion like this would be even more impressive, right? Can it be 7-4, or will Core Gaming find the defensive ability to stand stalwart and keep SpaceShoobs, I would say, honest, but just keep them down, man? It's hard to find anything to really harp on against SpaceShoobs when Core Gaming's limited success they're getting, like that big frag upstairs, the refrag immediately afterwards from Focal, right? All of these are just simple trades that SpaceShoobs has no problem acquiescing, knowing that they'll immediately get the next one afterward. Are a miracle in Core Gaming? Well, they haven't apparently been doing their prayers. They're not getting those miracles right now.
It's also the fact that we see a lot of depth out of SpaceShoobs. For the first 2 rounds, we saw them attack the exact same site of top floor and attack it in completely different ways. Right now, Schmiggy swapping onto that Blitz, something that we've seen him on the Monty, we've seen him on a lot of other operators. This is kind of brand new. And that off of the Grim, off of the Ying, this is going to be a very quick execute out of Shoobs.
Yeah, but speed, maybe it's another dual-pronged approach. If a player's still on that ego window, off towards A site, you have players inside armor who are holding this down. The Warden now, Volspur, sorry, not Volspur, the Warden now of Focal trying to take a powerhouse fight for the initial swing off into armory, but may not matter at all here. Toaster eventually gets the frag off towards Rival, injuring their teammate, and maybe even a chance for Schmiggy to get one themselves. That security player of Enrio holds strong. And the low HP of the SpaceShoobs roster ultimately spells the problem we had at the end for Core Gaming just last round. There's not really much player left to stand up against the players remaining for the opposing side, as Core Gaming have 3 very full HP players still up, and they also had a dock on the board to get the health back into a good position. Lowest was about 80, and the lowest for now SpaceShoobs is 0, because all 5 are in the afterlife.
For Core Gaming, you can't breathe a sigh of relief just yet. You are not out of the woods. There is one more round for SpaceShoobs to take it over the line in regulation. They're going back down to Bathroom Tellers, something that is a very strong site on this map, something that for a small period of time, and maybe even still for some teams, is the preferred site on this map. I mean, it swaps around a lot, basically between this and second floor. But even still, going to a secondary site, I'm like trying to like rack my brain for what I can expect and am predicting to happen in this round, but it could honestly be anything. Again, we talked about the depth of strategy for SpaceShoobs. It could be a very quick attack, like it looks like it's going to be again, because they are bringing the Blitz, they're bringing the Ying, they're bringing the Lion, they are bringing operators that just scream quick, but also they have the ability to, even with those operators, just slow it down.
10 seconds left.
Absolutely anything could happen.
I mean, Azami was not banned, so you have Kiba barricades. You can essentially force the attacking side to have to deal with these, and this is where Terror drones are really valuable, right? Castle barricades also need to be dealt with, so you're stalling even further with the utility for Core. Toxic Babes can buy you time, but let's be honest here, Irish, they can only buy you so much time, and if you see Focal waste those early, like we kind of saw them do earlier, despite the win they had on this objective, right? We did see they kind of waste that in the early straights against SpaceShoobs on their last attacking attempt here. And then the rest of this is a lot of stall. Goog mines in Rio. Good fragger. Those goo mines can act as a little bit of information, and that's, we kept on saying in Rio has been in a really big responsibility for their role in terms of gathering intel. The Solus before that, the Valkyrie. But again, I just see so much here for Core that's meant for the stall. And the biggest problem has been acquiescing these First Bloods and not keeping SpaceShoobs in a spot where they've lost a really important piece to their overall strategy that's in front of them that they're going for, and punishing them for trying to have that simplistic style. They always have a backup plan. There's always someone there next to it, and it gets started immediately here with the Blitz rushing through up into the second floor offices. Yes, someone's there. Melee by Rival. Rival will be dusted by Focal. No! He's still standing! What? But Focal! The cover from up above! Even I can't see correctly! The flash gets me instead! And Core Gaming are in a 5v2! Make it a 5v1, why don't you, Enrio?
Exige now just sitting outside of window, and his team's hopes of taking Core Gaming's map pick in regulation have all but disappeared.
Now for Core, now, finally, you can relieve some of that stress, because if with 1:20 left on the clock, realistically for SpaceShoobs, they're just taking an effective timeout, but just without another voice in the chat. It's just the 5 players of SpaceShoobs to be able to talk amongst themselves, and probably Core as well, to be able to say, hey, we haven't completely lost this, but we lost the last 2 rounds. Match point, they had an opportunity to just take it away from Core right then and right there, and it seemed like that's what was going to happen. They blitzed through top floor and then didn't get anything from it. The flash hit Rival completely, but they weren't able to get anything from it. More than likely, again, this time is going to be used for Exige to say, hey, we had a plan, we knew exactly what should have happened, and nothing worked. What's wrong?
Thanks, Exige. Honestly, I think Schmiggy... Oh my god, I forgot how much ammo the TSW has.
Yeah,
my favorite gun in the game, by the way. You kind of forget how much ammo that thing has in that drum mag, but... Spiffto whiff is what we just got told from our production crew, by the way. Yeah, we noticed from the 99 shots. Whatever. It is what it is. I digress. Maybe Caster's Curse comes true. We talked about shooting it, and now it turns into an overtime for Core Gaming. Can their defense hold strong, though? They'll have to play it 2 times in this OT. If they've been on a big upward turn of 2 in a row, right, to get to this point, who's to say it can't be 3, and their offense was 50-50. So, it was a pretty even split 50-50. They were back and forth on it. So it really is a coin toss. But this is what I was talking about before. Focal was watching that hall, caught 2 players off guard from the office play upstairs. I think Schmiggy was expecting either of those 2 teammates to close and finish off the castle that they had just flashed. So they weren't really expecting to have to pull back out their weapon. We're saying, hey, come on, this player's here. I need somebody to get rid of Rival. There was nobody left to do that. Schmiggy probably should have just taken the pistol out sooner, gotten rid of that shot, and got the job done. But by then, it still would have been a 1v2 upstairs where they just lost to Focal, who had a perfect cross from the hallway that wasn't necessarily cleared. A lot more of a passive hold, I would argue, from Core upstairs. Nobody sitting in pocket by wall near hatch drop, instead sitting off behind desks itself, 1 inside hall. Very dangerous positions to lock onto, Irish, but Core Gaming get away with it, because I don't think SpaceShoobs, in limited fashion, when you go for quick rushes like that, you're going to be lacking something typically, and that was information, and Core Gaming act perfectly alongside that, punishing SpaceShoobs.
They also got away with it because they played closer together instead of playing individually in spots where, I mean, realistically, Border is a very small map. If you split up 1 by 1 by 1, you can actually cover a really good chunk of the map. But instead, Core Gaming, like you said, not playing some extension positions that are a little bit more normal, but also a little bit more spaced out. Instead, they play a little bit more shoulder to shoulder, and even when one is fully flashed out, the second comes to swing and shuts down the rest of the attack. For Core, even without a lot of time to talking amongst themselves, it seems like the problems that they've seen on their defense have been very effectively fixed, as they, like you said, were able to get 2 in a row to bring them to this point. And scary for SpaceShoobs is they have 2 rounds on their attack, and we talked about that being maybe a benefit, but after you lose 2 in a row and lose 2 pretty decisively, it could start to get scary for SpaceShoobs and their hopes of winning this map at all.
One thing I'll never get bored of seeing is using the OSA shield as a quick way to break a barricade and then walking away from it. That is by far something that I think devs don't really think too much about when they're building the kit for the operator, but when it gets used, they go, yeah, I meant that. We love seeing that. One thing I also will never get bored of seeing is overtimes that, 1, aren't infinite, but 2, show 2 very evenly matched teams at Grand Finale, powering through each other and struggling throughout all of it. X-Kyre's pellets placed and a breach attempted now for SpaceShoobs will not be a problem for them. So using the hollow projectors of Volspur to try to close off any of the sight lines for Core Gaming. It'll be especially difficult knowing there is no Warden on the board for their defense, so they can't necessarily peer through that one, and it'll be much more direct of an approach for it. You also have the Roombas of Death here for Teddy to clear out a lot of the floor up above, but to do so, you have to get control of Armory and Arsenal, and that's a lot harder to do, because they are very direct players for Core Gaming watching this, but a nade will eviscerate Rival, and a gun will take down Inrio, though quickly refragged, because they got each other in the same shot. So still positive for SpaceShoobs overall. The Core Gaming have not yet given full control over up on this second floor, because Spiffs and Fountains and Vocals off in Archives You got wandering presences of Schmiggy up above in that hall trying to fight for something they just don't have enough information about.
And instead of going quick, they really don't care about the clock. 25 seconds left, and they're still slowly getting pick after pick after pick. As Teddy looks for one more, he has 2 boogie drones in pocket, but with this low time, they're gonna go for kills instead.
It's also being attempted by Exige. Focal needs to play for something. Knows a player's just around that corner. Can't go too much further. It's just a bide for time. You have a crossfire that's almost impossible for Focal here to get out of. Player by this doorway. Crouch play for Teddy. It goes in Focal's favor. Up above. Now locking down some position, but this soft wall only has limited sight lines. Floor up above means nothing to you. You'll drop now off towards Workshop. Player close by, holding that hall now inside of inspection. And the win in lobby. It's still up. Down goes Exige. Schmakey in a 1v1. Rotate played, and they go off towards main and waiting. And the long haul angle gives Core trouble. But SpaceShoobs now in a play up, round up position in OT.
I got so close for SpaceShoobs. But one thing that I really want to praise them for is they saw a consistent issue in their attacks of playing off of a shield and doing it far too quickly. The win condition for the past few rounds before that overtime was delaying a little bit of time, getting a little bit of info, setting up a very quick push on an extension position, and then crunching on an individual spot. But that had been effectively countered by Core because, like we talked about, they had adapted to playing a more mesh style, having shoulder to shoulder, and instead of having individual, yes, power positions, but exploitable positions, instead, they played for trades on those extensions and played a little bit more shallow to punish SpaceShoobs' initial push. At that round, we saw a much different push out of SpaceShoobs. Instead of doing something like that, they played very slow. The extension positions of Core were actually still active even towards the last 25 seconds of the round. They had boogie drones, but they didn't really need to use them because Core Gaming dug their feet in, and SpaceShoobs didn't give anything away. It's a much more passive look out of SpaceShoobs, but it's really, really nice to see them have that adaptation after not a timeout, but after an in-game minute and 30 of Exige talking to the boys.
Now keep in mind, SpaceShoobs were the first team to reach match point on map 1 3 rounds ago. We're not able to keep Core Gaming away from winning 2 in a row to reach to OT. Now taking the first in OT puts them back again at match point on Core Gaming's map pick. SpaceShoobs, I don't know, defensively, like I said, it's really a coin toss for this. Core Gaming offensively had a little bit less versatility for their strategies, but they didn't make them any less effective, Irish. The SpaceShoobs have definitely done a little bit more in terms of impressing us with how versatile their offensive arsenal has been. But a lot of the success from Core Gaming on their attacks came from the flurry effect, the snowball effect of getting that first blood and using that as a way to get the second, the third, the fourth. Franklin's off the board. You've lost already one attacker, no refrag in sight nearly 20 to 30 seconds later, and SpaceShoobs can sit pretty static on site wherever they want to do in this hold. And Core Gaming still have to meet them on their terms. Not a lot of utility loss for Franklin, but still a player you do not want to miss out, especially in a match point scenario.
Yeah, you talked about Core Gaming being able to snowball on their attack of opening pick, but it's been so much worse for them when they get the opening death instead. Franklin off the board, and even though, like we talked about, he isn't really usually the individual player to break open a round for his team, his loss will most certainly still be felt, especially when you're trying to clear positions like this. At this point, Local has to invest one of those Selmas because instead of the nades or instead of anything else that could have been used to open up positions like that, instead of still have smokes, but instead of they actually don't have any can openers. So if any of those hatches are closed, Focal has to use both of his last 2 remaining Selmas. But either way, Core Gaming are able to find a very important pick back onto Exige and keep the round winnable for them.
News. Hatches aren't as important right now, playing up onto the second floor, but you do want to stick it open this wall in particular, and you can see that being done now by Core Gaming. The Focal way to pay the price for opening it. Teddy not only just getting Focal, but also taking the long shot off towards Inrio. Defensive scopes playing a big key part of this. Is what is Spiff to do except for play into an angle where he's assisted by Rival, but he's the one that gets caught off. Second swing by Teddy. They'll pay the price finally. Where can you possibly go in a 3 versus 1 match point? swing two directions. You spot out Toaster. Toaster gets more damage dealt than returned. Go to collect that diffuser, and he can maybe make a very desperate effort to get this plant inside the door, but that Finnerer Mine will block off any sight lines and make this fight pretty much a guarantee at this point, as it's a play from Volspur instead with the Vector off inside Fountain, watching this door to send map 1 out the window. SpaceShoobs, of all people, the underdogs, the expected win for Core, and their map does not go their way. And Irish, that is about as impressive of a start we could ask for in this grand finale.
Are we shoobing it, boys?
Are we shoobing it?
Are we shoobing? SpaceShoobs full speed ahead, and like you talked about on Core Gaming's map pick, not really tearing them apart because that was a nail-bitingly close game, but SpaceShoobs, I mean, completely impressing. Not only just with their individual skill, which is a lot of what we talk about at this tier 3 level, but also more importantly, the depth of strategy and the adaptations that we've seen out of them. With a timeout called, they changed things up. Mid-round, when they had 1 minute and 30, they changed things up. And they're just constantly, not always one step ahead of Core, but constantly in a position to pivot and get that one step ahead that is necessary to win against an opponent like Core.
And Core so statistically prevalent as a roster, and I mentioned that a lot of teams that frag together tend to end up finding the win together, right? But it then turned into a game where Inrio was the most important person on the team, and they were by far an account the fragger, and the rest of the team started to really struggle at the end and really the start of that second half, and it turned into a much more even overall statistical affair for SpaceShoobs. In fact, 3 players really at the top across the board for them, and it turned into just a really big woe, I think, for the side of not SpaceShoobs, but for Core Gaming, and they have to fix that heading into the next map. It's not even their pick, so they very well are heading into this going, hey, this is now the opponent's map pick. We have to do what I coined for a long time years ago as the collegiate special, where you would pick your map and lose it, and then win the opposition's map pick. Let's hope maybe that isn't the case if you're a Shoobing It fan, but if you're Core Gaming, you got to get that ball rolling. We are guaranteed at minimum to see 3, and if you're Core, you want to make that 4 at worst, because you have to win a map to get to 3. And I frankly want to see all 5. I don't care who wins this one at the end of it, Irish. I want to see all 5 maps in a grand finale.
I most certainly do as well, because those last few, like you talked about during the map ban phase, that last one that we're not guaranteed for if Shoobs just absolutely sweep, but one of the ones later on is that skyscraper that I think would be really, really fun, because it's kind of the defensive border. It's a box style map that on most of the sites, yes, you do have some sort of a quick entry if you really want it, but it leans defensive sided. There are those soft floors that we saw out of Border, and it's something that, I mean, especially if we see these teams continue on the play styles that we've seen out of them, going onto a map like Skyscraper would just be so fun.
Well, we'll have to see if we can even get the chances for those maps. Before that, though, map 2 is coming up. It's Lair. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a quick break. We'll see if this job can get done, or SpaceShoobs will take their map pick and lead us 2-0 through this series.
And it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying match point to Fluffy Amers.
And Zonky's the one to win 1, win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Point where the clock is 0, and all he has to do is shut down the plant. It's gonna be Jetman going for it. Bill is gonna be down. Poison finds 1. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Fens. But he has to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch!
Dami immediately get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him a 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves the 1 versus 1. One lost base still available for the smoke aerial surrounds, but the time is not in his favor. A couple flame where Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time, the little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. If he's going to swing forward first. has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression, but he might have waited too long, as now on 0 seconds left, he's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser, and like his Empire have booked their tickets to the Blitz.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now, his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority. And Deity and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Deity. As Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round as to trying to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Keeper barrier, but that's just wasting time, and QOR are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs.
Heisen has been dealt with, that's the bakery player now dead, and a flank down to White Stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second third. What are 1 HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea where Poison is. They have no more eye-track scanners, and Aerial Rises have all the information working towards them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise. How silly that?
Look at it. The war is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, for Enrio and Snake. Poison is kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now moving through the jungle. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're going to have to also get into its site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window. You're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain. It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Light damage, or they do some slight pressure, but on top of it, you still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your XP is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here comes the Solaris swings, puts the carry down, rather down to 7 HP. The big one goes hot, he just walked down through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key, it's now at 1v2, Phantom Legion say not just yet, Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5, this Phantom Legion.
3 technically, but the Alliance is going to be down. He's not out just yet. It doesn't matter. 2v3 comes out. Never mind. Maybe the 2v1 that might just get finished off. It's going to be Mr. Islands, where I've seen play a bunch of Islands and against an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the club, and oh my god, guys! Let him alone, Islands! Holy crap!
Retake. They've got sight. Didi's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's gotta make a lot happen here. He's gonna get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding it out. He's just trying to bait this player inside. Jason does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one from the staircase. I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds down for Snake. Swings. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuse again. Does he get sound key? Gets some pressure. Here comes a Chow. Doesn't see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a lesion, but he does get finished off.
Franklin goes down, but he's taken out 2 before he's done. So there is intel on the man that sits in the depths of archives. Oh my god, Kaysen! The black goes down, but Rival's stuck! A quad kill from Kaysen! What a way to set the pace for the first round of the first map of this series! What a diffuse! Kaysen, pat on the back! What a shot that was!
As Twist is also trying to get what Wolverine can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, gaps you can have to get into this fight are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jeez.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentry finds one onto Slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up Fusion safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one descent here. Ying's gonna go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Directly duel this player inside of Control Hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on Takiru, as now it's the 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. And it's the kill Moses! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch. Threadmine as well. Poison fighting his demons. If you don't get that pick, Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out. Blues on such low HP. Getting it another one as well. All up to Inreal. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's gonna find him and he does it! Inreal with the clutch.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
Full flash, though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Shrady, what? May not matter, though. Connection from Shocked. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, the slightest angle could be there for Space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
As the SpaceShoobs hype rocket truly sent them off to space after a map 1 victory in Core Gaming, or do we have to put them down to earth a little bit here and see if map 2 can turn out any differently? It's Core Gaming now coming up on Lair, not their map pick, mind you, something that SpaceShoobs opted to go with, but yet still, it's Core Gaming. What's the chances they don't know how to play this map? Slim to none. Irish, I think it's still going to be just as close as map 1 turned into.
Yeah, Core took them to the absolute limit on that last map. And even though in regulation, SpaceShoobs did have 2 rounds to be able to bring it across the line, they did get for themselves a 6-4 and had an opportunity to make it a much quicker and much more decisive map. Still, Core with their adaptations did force it a little bit further. And yes, like you talked about, this is a map pick out of SpaceShoobs, and they're going to be very confident on this map. But still, I expect it to go the distance between these 2 teams, not only just because we've seen players on either side going absolutely insane, in Rio on one side, and I mean, Volsper and Teddy on the other just going absolutely insane, but also, there's a real depth of strategy to both of these teams, something that a lot of kind of analysts and former pros talk about, this kind of drought of tier 2 teams that, you know, stick together or that have a depth of strategy. Both Core and SpaceShoobs in this matchup is kind of proving that a little bit wrong. Both of these rosters, SpaceShoobs specifically, has, you know, not in this exact form, but with a lot of the players stuck together for quite a while. Core is a relatively new roster, but with the strength that we've seen out of them, I would be shocked if we didn't see most of them stick together. So if we can kind of keep these rosters intact, then the depth of strategy can really bolster the tier 2 and tier 3 scenes of this region in a way that hasn't really been seen for a long time.
Are you asking them to not play T3 roulette right now? Are you serious?
I'm asking them to not, you know, drop a player if they don't win a tier 3 event.
You know that's an impossible task. The winner will drop a player. What do you want about? Like,
I know.
This is just how Amateur Siege is. You could win everything and still somehow lose 3 players, and it's not even to them moving up to tier 2 and tier 1. No, it's just them. They have some random decision or some background argument or something. They played peak and got upset with each other. They didn't save them when they ran out of stamina. I don't know what it is. Something happened, and it dissolves the team. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. But I would desperately hope that the SpaceShoobs roster and Core Gaming can hold strong, and we do see a team hold on for that long. It's one thing we love about collegiate as an esport as a whole for Tally, right? Is these players are basically doomed with each other for 2+ semesters, so they are forced to stay alongside for that period of time, and that's created really close connections for teams like obviously Akron, teams like Cincinnati, really any collegiate team. It's created a very big, close level of familiarity, and that's obviously helped teams where the level of competition in collegiate isn't super great, but it's allowed certain teams to come out of that appearing even stronger and having limited success in T2 and T3, both in Cincinnati and Akron exiting out from that one. But round 1 is underfoot, and this is where we truly can hope either of these two teams know this map, because quite frankly, they have to know it more than I do, because I cannot stand this map.
I actually kind of really like it, I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah, it's like I feel like the past few like brand new maps have actually been quite good. Like Labs is fantastic. This map is a little bit wacky and it's very big, but I kind of really like it. It isn't as dependent on outside facing walls except for this top floor. There's plenty of like strange lanes. There isn't a ton of funnels for for the attack. Or, I mean, like, there is, but there's tons of options. It's just really good. Because for the defense, if you play your cards right with utility, you can force the attack into a funnel. If you play your cards right for the attack, you can force out... Oh my god, is this going to be a perfect bandit trick? It's a perfect bandit trick.
Oh my goodness, Franklin is entirely shut down this mask wall push.
I mean, they definitely did play
those left.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like I was talking about, for a map like this, you have a lot of options as far as opening up breaches and as far as doing things like that. But if it's stopped with utility, if the first phase of the take of opening up a few walls, opening up a few sightlines is stopped, then it forces a rotation into a very uncomfortable funnel for the attack. And Core Gaming have already done the first part of that job incredibly.
Shotgun in hand for Inrio. We sent. This is just another way to buy time. 70+ seconds still on that time bank. SpaceShoobs are having burnt against them, but Core Gaming can only buy so much time at the end of this one. Another babe sent to Inrio. It's nothing out of its use. Shot out by Volsper, and they'll just send the last one instead. There's even less time being managed now by that utility. There's not a whole lot of that utility available overall for Core Gaming's pocket. Something we didn't see that much of actually on map 1. We saw Legions, we saw the Azami, we saw the Toxic Babes, we saw so much overall in the kit to stall. A little bit less of that for Core, and a lot of the stall values come off the bandit tricking here from Franklin. They've just now gone a different direction for Inrio. Watched within this mute jammer. Rival not too far away from it. One crossing, baited shot with the Moss, but this second one has to connect, and it's bodied out for one. Toaster off, 2, watching the angle for Inrio. And even Rival goes down in the same fell swoop. It was so good for Core, but their greed. Fly too close to the sun there, and the wax wings melt you and bring you down to earth. As Volsper now the second to fall. Second chance, though, for Exige to refrag. There it is. Teddy off screen goes down, and it's a 2 versus 2. Yes, sight is seemingly there for the offensive SpaceShoobs. There's no safety behind it, and the nade toss doesn't correctly zone Franklin, and Exige is now alone with no time to go. It's a defensive round win for Core.
He was trying to get himself in a position where he could plant for main breach and then maybe get it open, or just find a safe place to plant. But even still, you can set up on that R6 doorway, on that like divider barrier thing in the center of the map, especially once that kill was traded out. And yes, it is very uncomfortable. Yes, you're weak to something like a masks push if somebody goes back in from masks, or sorry, from Mez, swings that position. But even still, I mean, the amount of players that we saw from SpaceShoobs running directly in front of Core Gaming members was insane that round. Talked about, yes, this is their map pick. Maybe they're very comfortable on it. That attack round seemed very weird. They messed up the initial first breach. Franklin had a perfect bandit trick, and then they were forced into an uncomfortable secondary side push that Yes, it ended up working out well, but that was kind of off of Core throwing bodies. And then once it got into the late round, even with the over-aggression of Core, Shoobs still couldn't get it across the line.
5 seconds left. Attackers are
Not seeing
moving
too
out
much
from
different
the
overall. It feels like for how Core Gaming are going to have to play out this defense. Obviously, no bandit tricking, so you'll have a little bit less concerns for the reliance on that. You'll just use the Electro Claws from your Kite of Inrio to lock that down for the time being. But it's really going to come down, I think, the roam game for SpaceShoobs. The Nook can come in silently, get a whole bunch of value for it. The Dokubi calls can stuff out these players. There's no mute jammers for Core Gaming, which means they can't hide within those. They'll be much more likely to be heard and spotted with any extension. So it's going to come down to really that unknown first fight and timing of it. It means information, something that was so good for Inrio, of all people, for Core Gaming on the map 1 of Border. There's just not available for them on this second round. As Teddy, that Nook, takes the head off Franklin and just turns this Core Gaming man advantage they've been so good with, especially when it comes to their attack, out the window again. They have to pray that the ending result of this round can somehow shut Teddy down at one point and keep Volsper honest with that Dokubi call. There's that Volsper frag I was waiting for. Spiff just takes the vector to their head.
Yeah, still so many players of Core Gaming up towards this first floor. Still Rival and Spiff as Focal has dropped back down. Now it's just a 2-2, but even still for SpaceShoobs, if you look over towards that operator lineup, they have the Ram and the Fuse. They want this vertical so badly, and Core just aren't falling off of it. Focal now re-aggressing up the blue stairs. He's retaking the space. No, he's just drifting back and forth. But for Core, they're holding onto this mid floor, and it's a perfect read because for SpaceShoobs, their whole operator lineup is built off of abusing it.
Oh, Nitro from Rival. Down with Exige. 4 on 3, 75 seconds. Still plenty of time for SpaceShoobs to reclaim control, and with Schmiggy and Teddy's quick frags back to back, they'll do exactly that. Core Gaming now left with only Focal. Toxic Babe just one in the pocket, and Inrio, the TCSG, waiting to hit something in Shoobs' back pocket. Hopefully their back pocket in general to knock them off the board. You can hear still floor clearing being done by SpaceShoobs. And a little bit of testing the limits. You have them now heading down into the basement. Only Teddy not directly down there just yet, but they're joining in not too far behind. The shot and fire from Focal goes awry, and it costs them not just that kill, but honestly, here, Irish, it very well could have costed them the major chances of coming back into this round. A double swing now into lab door. One player already in, ready to go. Now there's the extending play. Second chance swing. Player going in for plant. Rotero Jones to zone. There's your shot. Second one almost there for him, but Teddy crouches just below the shots. And Inrio, I don't know, could have done better than that one, but SpaceShoobs will tie us 1-1.
Teddy has had a really, really good match so far. It's something that coming into this with the stats, we kind of talked up Volsper as being the individual player, but especially in that last round, Teddy had the round-winning impact at 3 points in the round. He found that opening pick to be able to break open the round, something that we talked about being very important, but he also got the second kill onto Spiff right here. That position really slowed down SpaceShoobs, and Teddy able to find that trade in the mid-round frees up a ton of time, something that could have been really difficult for them to clear out Spiff. Maybe would have even lost a few more bodies doing it. Him able to find the trade frees up a ton of time to be able to work that execute, and even though it ends up going awry, the third pivotal, important moment, even though he wasn't able to get the direct cover onto Planter, he finds the trade and the round-winning kill. A triple kill for him, and all 3 were so impactful to Shoobs' win.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So much of this map for Core Gaming is going to once again come off these micro battle victories. And on Border, honestly, when you're playing attack and how quickly it is to get into these sites, we saw just how difficult it was for Core Gaming to break those down. If they were able to slow SpaceShoobs, typically you saw them find a little bit more success towards the end. But when it was fast, say the first round of the second half, SpaceShoobs dominate. When it was fast, say towards the end, a quick rush in multiple times on the first floor for Ace side. When you talk about the utility room, it's, again, every time SpaceShoobs using that speed in the initial push to kind of shut things down. It was only stopped a single time by Core Gaming. It still wasn't enough, and even when they attempted speed, it wasn't enough. One thing I do like about Lair is that it's a lot more methodical and does require a lot more parallel play, especially I feel like when it comes to those shield users. And while Monty and Blitz have both been banned, Blitz in my mind being the quintessential shield user for Lair, doesn't mean the Blackbeard can't be useful. But Volsper's job is not yet there. Instead, it's reliant on the combo play from Exige, breaking down that wall alongside Toaster, getting rid of that map trick from Franklin, which really devastated the initial chances from them early in the first half, or in the first round, now completely removed, and Core Gaming cannot rely on that stall for as long as they did previously.
Yeah, because of the way that Franklin played that, they have the perfect read. Hey, he is going to be Bandit, he is going to be on this wall, we can go for the very easy punish. The ace charge going onto the wall baits him onto it, the Mav breaches open up, and the third player takes him out as well. It's just the entire team based around getting that opening pick, and everyone playing in perfect succession, and a cutoff as well as Volsper doubles down.
Volsper. Nade toss, keep a player away from that door frame. Camera rinsed out by Exige, and they're already down on the first floor waiting just by the bomb chassis. Rio's up above. This is still where you want Core Gaming to be, watching and waiting with this verticality. Eventually, a player or two will have to drop down to this first floor to fight. And Rival's attempt in doing so gets too much damage dealt against them, but Spiff will still claim a player's life in the process. Off with Schmiggy. Volsper low. Now making their way top down to rotate to the opposing side of the map and find a tertiary angle to play into. But it's still SpaceShoobs having that direct access into sight, and with these smoke canisters and more to go for a plant, there is no Warden online here for Core Gaming's defense, and this plant by Exige just barely is denied. That is moments away from success, and yet SpaceShoobs now have a diffuser far ahead of them in space. 0 smoke canisters, Irish, to reclaim that safe lane. It will be a gunfight for more, as Rival does DBNO Volsper, but time is out. You can't pick them back up safely. Toaster will still attempt to do so in hopes that maybe Teddy could go for a plant here at some point, but with no one really nearby, there's no great coverage for this. A run-in by Spiff ends the round. It's Core Gaming sneaking in the last seconds again. A defensive round win.
A really good early round for SpaceShoobs. They get that opening pick, they get main wall open, everything seems like it's going their way. But on a site like that, you need to clear top floor, and you need to be able to have, like you said, 2 things going on at the exact same time. And Core, instead, there's a little bit of a disconnect there. Instead of having everyone in perfect synchrony, like in the early round, where they're opening up main breach, having three players work in perfect tandem to get that opening pick. Instead, there's a little bit of a disconnect. And Enrio is just able to sit on that hatch and spray a few times, and even though it seems like it's going awry, and Exige sticks plant, even though he takes one of those bullets to the shoulder, at a millisecond difference, Enrio is able to stop plant and essentially win the round for his team. Right here, right there, he's able to find the pick and force SpaceShoobs into a complete retake. Things delay out a little bit longer on the top floor. And even in the late round with an advantage, because of the time that Inrio was able to delay getting that plant down, and because of the position that Inrio held down on the top floor with SpaceShoobs, ineffectively clearing the second floor at the same time, the round ends up in a 0-0 plant. Core Gaming win out.
10 seconds remaining.
Honestly, with how quickly Franklin gets just taken down there with the great combo from Exige and Toaster in round 3, I'm more concerned that, I don't know, you don't have to worry about it too much because you get rid of the Maverick, so it's less of an issue, but you still don't fall back over towards the Bandit. This objective, obviously, a little bit less priority focus for them in terms of denying that one in the close calls it's been. Every single one of these rounds, bar round 2, though, very well could have been a SpaceShoobs win. And that's just how close this entire series has felt. Like Border, when you saw a team win, let's be honest here, Irish, they won by pretty dominant colors. There's only about 1 or 2 rounds in the entirety of that entire map where it was a very easy showing for one team over the other. It was always very little steps until a one big surge, and then it ended pretty finitely. When you go into OT, it spells a different story. This, though, has been, I don't know, SpaceShoobs on top the whole time. Core Gaming playing their win conditions. And I think that's ultimately the strongest point of a defending team, playing on your terms, knowing that you control the way the battle unfurls in front of you.
And Core Gaming have swapped off of this Bandit like you talked about, even though they have been very effective at using it. But it might be a read onto the fact that SpaceShoobs like going for this vertical play. Something that we've seen from them a lot on Border, and also because they read last round that Franklin was going for this Bandit trick, I think maybe he was a little bit scared to play that positioning, knowing that Shoobs not only would just play the vertical, but also would try to punish him if he tried to go for something like a Bandit trick. We already see Shoobs working in perfectly from below, getting the electricity off the wall or I guess not very quickly because it's halfway through the round, but still, if there was a Bandit there, that would have been opening pick, and the round would have looked much worse for Core. So I really like the read to get off of the Bandit, even though it had been working for them before.
It's a battle of gauging what is in their best interest at any point in time. And honestly, Core Gaming is a team that is not going to not do their homework, their due diligence, the dirty work of prepping in for VODs and everything up to Blitz in this point, right? You have it live in stream. It's a reviewable board, but SpaceShoobs is not a team that will not have plenty of history to look into. Talk a lot about how the rosters tend to stay together, and we're expecting to see maybe a dynasty out of either of these two squads, and hoping they stay together. The longer you do so, the more also visible your strats are. The same thing holds true for T1, and we see plenty of teams lose out in T1 now, don't we, here, Irish? We want to see a victor at the end of this series, but Lair is going to be a tough one for sure. Focal, first frag, 30 seconds left, mind you. We've gone through 2.5 minutes of this round, and it's still coming into the first throws. Focal and Spiff, good executions to Volsper and Toaster. You still have players down below, that being Exige, and they're the only ones actually left for SpaceShoobs. Down below is the entire 3 frontal force off into B site, get taken down oh so swiftly. This hall door has been a major problem, and whether or not you could kill the player in the ground in R6, it may not matter, because Exige is going crazy. Can now go for the attempted plant here with the diffuser. Teddy essentially playing drone duty to watch. Rival, though. Who else but Core to sneak out a round win in the final moments as the diffuser attempts to go down, knowing they can't stand up to fight back.
That was a really unfortunate round for SpaceShoobs. They did a lot of really good early and mid-round work of working in below, taking the electricity off the wall, and getting open that main wall. And a lot of times we see teams just kind of take that victory and just steamroll over towards site, either having a shield that they can use to get in, or using smokes that they can use to get that plant down. But for Core Gaming, the bans stop them from using a lot of the shields that they would have otherwise used, and the Warden perfectly counters out any sort of smoke play. Yes, you can go for Ascends, but it's a lot riskier of a play, because again, without the shields, also, you can't stop something like, you know, just line firing, or something like C4s going through by being able to just kind of face stuff the defender. For Core, it was just a perfect read of having the right operators in the right spot to stop SpaceShoobs from going for the simpler play. And then again, like you talked about, they were forced into a funnel on the opposite side of the map, just pushing player after player after player into R6, all directly through that doorway. And Exige has the cutoff, but it has the flank from the other side, but still it just doesn't end up working out because they're forced into a funnel because of the proper utility plays, the proper operator picks, and the proper bans of Core.
Talked a lot about the counterplay for the Bandit battery tricking of Franklin last round. You can get below when you're defending that first floor of the wall. You can get below and use Exige with the skeleton key to clear out floorboards and deal with the Bandit trick anyways. You might as well just place Electro Claws and have a solid weapon in Emir's hands, or in Franklin's hands even in that round, and just play a little bit more passive with it. Meanwhile, this back into this objective down on basement, that's not a problem. They can't go below you. You're as low as it possibly gets, and you're pretty high right now, let's be honest. 3-1 in score. You're riding off a pretty big success wave. But you can bring both of them, both the Kai Electric Claws for the hatches and the Bandit battery to trick out a lot of those walls. Even if you don't want to trick those walls, it also gives you a Nitro Cell, 3 of which your team has in your back pockets. And you also have so much just destabilizing utility. Toaster's trying to get a hatch out and pays the price. Bye-bye those X-Kairos pellets. SpaceShoobs are now limited, especially when they know they're not bringing that much hard breach in the first place. Exige may have to use those pocket canisters a little bit sooner than they wanted.
Yeah, Bandit or Kai, doesn't matter. Core are going for a trick either way, and that hatch just stays closed. Toaster has spent this entire round just trying to get that mode of entry, and on the opposite side of the map, not an entryway, but an entry pick finding its way onto the board. And Teddy, an operator that you'd really want to remain alive, an operator that you'd really want to have to open up vertical angles onto this basement hold, is the opening death for SpaceShoobs.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Core Gaming. 70 seconds left. All 5 players still standing. Keep in mind, last round, the first blood came 30 seconds left in the round. 34 if you want to be exact, but we're not that much nerds here. I promise.
We're not pedantic.
We're not gonna argue over it.
Actually, it's 34.
Actually, it was 34. Attacker side split is a 51 to 49 on this map. I digress. Quick rush in. With no attacker having a Finka, you can just push straight through the Toxic Babe if we're willing to take that look of damage, and SpaceShoobs seemingly wanted to test that water, but it paid the price in doing so. Core Gaming were up at a player advantage until Volspur has something to say about it. Off with the Fenrir's head, and it's a 3-on-3, even footing. Spiff keeking the lab side, hoping for an easy angle, but not really able to get the lap of luxury they were hoping for, as Volspur's alone now. Blackbeard shield in front, and Franklin, the bandit tricker themselves, a solid fine weapon in hand. But their position is being spotted. There's a Z-ping directly to that barbed wire. Rush through, running away from the entirety of the map. They know they'll have to go for the diffuser play, and it's Core Gaming. They understand their win condition here, Irish. They've always understood their win condition, but can Volspur get this down in time? It will be tight. They do, and the shield comes back up, and you've only just now spotted this play. But a Nitro ripped, used a zone. They'll have to drop the shield to play for this fight, but this wall that's been opened up, they're pre-holding it, and Volspur saves SpaceShoobs in round 5.
And gets an all-important second round on the attack. We talk about sides for specific maps. So for SpaceShoobs, on a defensive-sided map like this, you can breathe a sigh of relief that you got that second round, but it was so incredibly close. Usually with an operator like a Ram, with something like vertical plays and opening up hatches, having the Hibana and the Ram, it seemed like the play was trying to be open up vertical, open up those hatches, and go for drops later on with that shield, but they're forced into really uncomfortable funnels once again. Even though SpaceShoobs get it across the line in a really important round, getting that second round, Core Gaming are still effectively forcing them into funnels every single round.
Oh, and those funnels, boy, are they fatal here, Irish. 1 round left, though, in this half in Core Gaming. Imagine how that round would have turned out differently if Franklin had gone directly into that lab door instead of wrapping the other way around. They would have clearly seen the plant going down from Volspur. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, though. The price has been paid, and SpaceShoobs are closing out a very possible even half. And like we've said, every round to this point has felt like it could have been SpaceShoobs for the taking. It's come down to minute, tiny things that have made enough of a difference. But if it's this much for Core Gaming, and it's only this close on their defense, can their attack hold strong when SpaceShoobs' offense has been pretty darn good throughout today with how versatile their strategies are? And keep in mind, the versatility they had on their offense for operator picks in total plays into these rounds, how much that was on Border, which was Core Gaming's map pick. Imagine what they have in their back pocket for their map pick here on Lair.
Teddy once again on the Nook, walking around trying to find that opening, something that we saw have a lot of impact on the first round that SpaceShoobs ended up winning on this half. The rest of his team working into more default positions, taking space vertically, and even though, again, they don't have a lot of vertical play operators, something that, I mean, besides that last round, they don't really like to bring, even still, taking the space is very necessary because it stops Core from using that vertical against you once you start to go for the attack.
Local player not too far away from this vertical peak, but they've yet to take the extended swing for this. Maybe aware that that angle is there. Spurs also gotten a pretty good visual. Peeking out of this mezzanine hall and maybe looking to get a nade out to zone. Siege looking for a secondary angle as well and hopes to get some semblance of a crossfire. But that's also where you've got Schmiggy, who was initially up on the rooftop using their drone. Set up for a second stage play. Nade to force away Spiff. Spiff just firing past the shield of Volspur and making them pay the price. Exige doing exactly what we saw Rival have happen to them on map 1, trying to play behind Vocal's shield up on the second floor of Border. with 70 seconds left, you gotta find a kill back, and there it is from Teddy.
Onto the smoke as well. Now, I don't expect this round to come down to late round positionings, but Toaster and Volsp are able to find the important kills. Franklin trades back with a C4, but still, another kill from Focal. It's even back down into a 2 versus 2. Players drop back to site, and now with 45 seconds, SpaceShoobs, with this vertical, they have all the space that they need to start working this play, but QOR are still looking to put some shots into their heels as they regroup for a take later on.
The lacking weaponry of the defensive side there, not dealing nearly enough damage. Could have been a major frag to put SpaceShoobs in a 2v1, but time has been so good to buy them back into this. Toaster, maybe not aware just how close that kill could have been also. Irish, as you inhaled there, just every moment something could change. Watch this one back when you do, SpaceShoobs, and just know, but Schmiggy does the exact same thing and even double taps to be sure. Maybe watching a bit too much zombie film. Running away in the attempt. QOR Gaming is their time. It doesn't matter. Franklin stands stalwart. Gun up, fighting back, and it's a round win for QOR Gaming, just barely again. The forte, it seems, of this QOR Gaming defense as they rotate to attack.
If at first you don't succeed, put Franklin into a 1v1 clutch for a round yet another time. The first time, it ended up going SpaceShoobs' way, but Franklin will not make the same mistake again. He's not going to run away and play his time. He forces Shoobs into a swing and wins it out for QOR. Now he gets for himself and for his team that 4-2 split, and you look towards that side and say, hey, you got yourself an advantage, but like I've been saying this entire time, this is a defensive-sided map. For SpaceShoobs, especially on their pick, if they can feel comfortable enough having taken a loss on that first side, they can go into this side, regroup, and say, hey, this is our map pick. We are on the better side. We can win it right here and right now. If they are comfortable on more than just 2 sites on this map to consistently win, we could see them get it over the line right here and right now.
Start up here first on the second floor. Saw a lot of QOR Gaming play fairly aggressive when it came to their defensive setup, using Franklin for the bandit battery tricking, the attempt to use, well, Volsper has just reinforced there to create a foothold to kind of lock things out and make sure that attackers can't use that so safely. We're seeing obviously very early on something different from SpaceShoobs in this prep phase. I would like to think a lot of this is still coming off of the attempt for a stall. Toxic Babes from Exige. Keep barricades coming out from Schmiggy and the Azami. Mira for a little bit of information and force QOR to have to go out of their way to clear that, or be forced to usurp a lot of information and possible control over those angles that those mirror windows are watching, or at very least burn utility in the process of doing so, which, to be frank, you're either now relying on the Twitch drones to get around and break that, or, like I said before, wasting something like a Selma of all things to try to break that. You're going to play very direct. Maybe send an 8 at it if you're truly desperate, but you also have those quick uses of the Vulcan canisters, something SpaceShoobs. We talked a lot about the time QOR Gaming were finding for their victories. Looks like SpaceShoobs are going to be playing very aggressive alongside their utility, which does seem similar to the way we saw them play on Border. They were a team that when they lost a player, they would always fight for the second kill afterwards to reclaim it, which is the same problem Cincinnati had throughout all of their tenure here in Blitz for this season. And ultimately, I think, was their undoing as well through playoffs.
Good impact trick out of Schmiggy. Delays a little bit of time for QOR. And the one thing that I want to point out of their operator lineup, QOR that is that they have this sense, something that we saw out of SpaceShoobs a little bit, but we didn't really see effective usage of it. Saw them be able to open up that outside breach and then kind of stall out and have to rotate because they didn't have that sense to be able to give them space. But for QOR, there's not that gap in their attack. They have the ability to not only just open up angles, but also safely take space off the back of something that can't be seen through the defense. So we don't see a Warden on the other side for SpaceShoobs, but even still, the confidence to be able to take space off of those Sense ROUs is so incredibly important, and we see that right now as Rival just runs directly in front of a door, but he can do that because the shots aren't going to come in cleanly, and a lot of space taken from QOR early on.
Now the Hall Projector is blocking out sight lines to allow for cross and mezzanine. Possible sight lane for Spiff here knows that they're really close to where SpaceShoobs are lying in wait, but this is 2 minutes in. Not a single kill to be found. Very reminiscent of round 4. Yet it's on a site that was so early for kills consistently in the first half. We're in this quiet lull right before the storm. Shots extending out. Twitch drones no more for Focal. We saw how much they unfortunately got success out of their first one they used to try to clear out a little bit of what's there for SpaceShoobs. Firing through the soft wall, connecting now. Bathroom play is a little bit hard to play in tandem with a teammate with, but it would be a great way to set up some semblance of pressure. There's a nade to flush Smeggy, and we will have our first death. The first loss of life, and it's 2 for the defense of SpaceShoobs. Joining them is Volsper. Relegated now to watching the team in hopes that they can correlate something for the final 3 to stand strong. As Franklin forced to step away from a possible plant from the Toxic Babe. Still 2 more in the back pocket, mind you. And they can continue to use those. There will be no time to go for a plant here from Franklin. The team will have to commit. Teddy, shot out for Rival. What a shot from Spiff, though. And Franklin will start to stick down this plant, taking no damage in the process. The Toxic Babe not nearly connecting enough, and it will be a plant for a post and Spiff for the finale. Round 1 of the second half falls for the offense of all things.
In a situation where we would usually see teams start to scramble and start to get a little bit nervous, and I was certainly getting nervous there in a late round position where you still have a Mira, you still have a smoke playing behind it, and you still have the lineup to be able to stop the plants coming in from core. They do not blink. They are confident that they will be able to get those late round kills. So instead of flooding onto these defensive members, swinging a Mira window that maybe they could have thought that they absolutely needed to, instead they hold their composure. And instead of flooding, they just wait for the kills that they know are going to come their way. SpaceShoobs, a little bit of over-aggression for them, but still, I really just want to point out the poise of Core Gaming in that late round. Even though there are the smokes, even though, like we said, 25 seconds left on the board, Core Gaming are still ice cold.
10 seconds to go.
Oh. Of all things, the Shimiko launcher comes into the hands now of SpaceShoobs. Very different, in my eyes, is the SpaceShoobs defense. I talked a lot, hey, considering what we saw from SpaceShoobs on border, how was this map going to change? How is this going to break down knowing it's their map pick and the different strategies we'd see? If the entire strategy for success on their defense is runouts, I don't expect to see too much in the second half from SpaceShoobs, but a very big frag to knock the hard breacher of Franklin off the board, and there's 0 pocket breaches for Core Gaming.
Yeah, and that is such a detriment, especially because of what we saw on the last side. For SpaceShoobs, a very similar thing happened, not with an opening pick, but with very effective in-Rio Kaid tricking, so the hatches remained closed, and Hibana wasn't dead, but she was effectively useless as far as her utility, and those hatches remaining closed once again forced the attackers into a funnel that is absolutely deadly for them. Now for SpaceShoobs, they're still holding on to this mid-floor, but honestly, even right here and right now, if they drop off, they could pretty easily win this round because of forcing Core into funnels and winning off of the late time round winning impact utility of just delaying out plant with Exige on the Tachanka.
A lot of the value for this round is in hopes to give Focal a line of sight that it is hard to counter, especially when the smoke canisters go out. Cutting off the Hibana, which creates sightlines of the Kairos pellets, as small as they are sometimes, which is honestly more valuable for an attacking team for having a Focal on that glass, it's just become infinitely harder to find value with it. Focal goes for some level of desperation, and while they thought they got Exige, that was not the case. It's still gone in favor for SpaceShoobs overall on their defense, despite the 2-for-1 that just went off on your screen. It's Spiff and Focal remaining alone, and Focal's quite low, and let's be honest here, the glass sniper is pretty good, but it's not the best weapon to hold in your hand when you're peeking ones without really anything to work with past it. And Spiff also only having a weapon that's super strong at range, besides the SMG as the secondary.
But it's not just the Tachanka with time delay, it's also those Goyo canisters that have been placed down. So Core Gaming, you're in a man disadvantage, you have not great guns, 2 DMRs in your pocket, and also if you decide to go for plant, you're more than likely going to be kept at arm's length just based off of very safe utility.
K1A down with Vocal. Spiff alone. SMG is at least good to take down Toaster. He's a little bit too close for comfort inside that door frame. But you know there's only really two ways to entry in, and this lab support side will be the one that taken directly now for Spiff. Some sort of aggression. Trying to make a lot of noise. Barry of both sides, but Volspur has the same SMG to work with and will fire it a little bit more effectively in this capacity. That will lead to a round win for the defense of SpaceShoobs, who managed to hold on in round 8 and stop the hemorrhaging that Core Gaming looks like they were starting to bring it when it came to the effectiveness they were having in these last really 4 rounds, it feels like, for them.
One thing that I really like out of SpaceShoobs is that they got that opening pick onto a really strong operator of the Habana, but instead of taking that and then just immediately all dropping back and playing a 5v4 bunker like I kind of expected them to do, they dug their feet in on the mid floor, and it got a little hectic, it got a little close for comfort, but still I like the idea to not just completely drop off after getting opening pick. I mean, like, why? You could just play your advantage on a good bunker site. It's something that I like. A big takeaway that I saw from watching Cruelty versus M80, because it was something that M80 did a lot, where they just shot a few drones, and especially in the first few rounds of their defense, they shot a few drones. They disrespected the strong executes of Cruelty, and then said, "Okay, we could just win off of bunkering," and they couldn't. Because even with opening pick, even with a few drones, and even versus a team that theoretically on paper should have been significantly worse, you still, as a defender, need to delay out enough time to stop someone from having all the tools that they need to get an upset victory against you.
To be honest as well, for a map like this, it feels even more prevalent to still play the standard game, not really changing your formula. Because how many times are you going to practice taking down specifically the one hard breacher and the whole thing that their entire setup is relying on? And there's no ever real confirmation until it's pretty much too late most of the times, right? So SpaceShoobs doing what they need to do is valuable, especially when it comes to getting down to that site. Still requires Core Gaming to not break away from what they had to do in the first place. They have to play direct, they have to get into the map to get down there. In any real standard way an attacking team would play into basement. They're not going to try to go from below. So I like it there for SpaceShoobs. But it is going to be a big question now for Core Gaming, knowing that, hey, that is in the back pocket of SpaceShoobs for the run out, and it's something you have to keep an eye on. Maybe they hold in and rein those players individually for just a little bit longer, 10 to 15 seconds. Time has not been a problem for them offensively, it feels like, in comparison to SpaceShoobs' side. And also, first bloods, also not seemingly a problem, because Volspur, who ran out last round, does not get the same chance to do so here. Off with them, and it's a 4 versus 5 early.
Core Gaming effectively stunting the aggression that we've seen out of SpaceShoobs, and another pick to be found. It's just a steamroll of Core right now, kill after kill. And Schmiggy does trade one back, but he has so much more to do and no time to do it as Focal cuts him down as well. It is a 1 versus effectively 3 as Smith has been down, but with Exige being found out, it's gonna be a pretty quick round for Core.
How much do you want to compare the Core Gaming we saw in map 1 to what we're seeing right now? It feels like a new team. The way they're playing, the way that their offense has been able to connect the pieces together. And we know, we talked a little bit about it when we saw those stats that came up, that Core Gaming was 60% positive for both sides. They were the statistical team to come away with basically every map. They were the favored team heading into the grand finals. But SpaceShoobs still did what seemed impossible on map 1. And that kind of gave us this expectation of how much can be turned, how much that story can not matter in a moment like this, in a stage like this for a grand finale. But map 2 has been, if any of those rounds on map 1 turned a different way, I'll be honest with you, Irish, there would be no question about it. But when you have 3 separate defensive rounds, if not 4 separate defensive rounds that are won in the final 2 seconds, it does hurt the way that SpaceShoobs have to think about their defense, especially when they know how good Core Gaming has been and is doing. Is there a match point for map 2?
Yeah, you going into this map, you kind of talked about the 2 kind of options for this matchup. If SpaceShoobs won Core's map pick, maybe that looked like, you know, SpaceShoobs having a complete sweep, or it was a more collegiate style of everyone winning each other's picks and then it going all the way in a slugfest. Seems like
it's more like the latter, because Core on SpaceShoobs map pick have looked just so drilled, especially on this attack that I thought was kind of gonna show Core start to flounder a little bit. It's been really, really good, especially that last round. Getting opening pick very effectively, and once they do, I mean, we saw that from last map, it just forces Shoobs into even more over-aggression that just gets punished by Core. The opening pick also came from a Claymore, and then they had the gridlock that entire time. So Core, not only just with the way that they play, but also with their operator lineup, are reading into this running out wild craziness of SpaceShoobs and reining it in and punishing it very, very effectively.
40 seconds in. You're still setting up for where Spiff can get Deimos control. Focal with the Blackbeard can maybe get control of operational and then secure maybe the player that's just around this corner, but I'm a little bit more concerned so with the fact that you have to get rid of this wall, and that mezzanine hall is quite the fickle mistress as well. Franklin will use a repel to clear out that window. You have a semblance of a crossfire, but up above is Volspur, and while there is damage, it just tickles at that range, and too much of it is hitting the metal balusters of the floorboard beneath you. And with the Dokkaebi calls ringing out and only 2 players being within the mute jammers, it's up to SpaceShoobs to claim a life at some point, and they managed to do so now against Franklin. And you're so far away from this mirror window, which is so valid and strong for SpaceShoobs within that space. Operational feels like an impossibility even with the shield in front of you. You're down 2 players, Spiff as well. It's hard pressed now for Core Gaming. They may need to reevaluate, create the phantom pressure, yes, but start looking to find a little bit more in terms of using the info that Focal is gaining right now, because I don't really feel like they're acting off of this at all. He's just stuck and not moving.
Yeah, Core were looking for a pinch off of the Blackbeard and then being able to work first floor at the exact same time, and both of those fail at the exact same time. This window position that we see in Rio on was where the opening pick is found, and it looked like it was going to happen again, but Volspur swings, and Teddy to take down Rival as well in Rio in a 1 versus 5. It's just all going wrong. It's the exact inverse of last round. Instead of Core being able to find opening pick and just steamroll, Shoobs do the exact same thing to, I mean, pretty much without a shadow of a doubt, just bring this across the line and get themselves one more opportunity to get to overtime.
Is this another talking point now for Core Gaming? We saw SpaceShoobs stuck in a moment there in a 1v5 on map 1. Right before overtime. Likely it would just be another chance. But Iniro is actually still going for at least something. Cooks up 2 players on a silver platter. A run up now for Teddy. Could be a 3rd. No, actually Schmiggy, wow, of all things, actually does get that kill. Core Gaming looking a little bit similar to Shoobs, where on map 1, they got up to match point and then kind of got stuck there for a little bit. But it was 2 rounds needed for Core to reach into OT, where they still could not come away with the victory. SpaceShoobs, however, need 3 in a row to even chance the way to OT. And that was really the first time on defense we've really seen, I would say, dominance even would be the word to describe it. Every other time it's felt like they've kind of got run over by Core Gaming, or a lot of their attempts just weren't really solidly played and were very well countered by Core, except for the time we see Franklin get run out there by Volspur, and that kind of threw a whole big wrench in their entire strategy. Past that, besides our runouts, I don't know, SpaceShoobs haven't been super exhilarating to watch for that side.
The one thing for SpaceShoobs' defense, though, is that this is a really good setup against Core, because yes, obviously you're not expecting a run out over and over and over again, but for Core, the adaptation to win more of these attacking rounds has been to punish the aggression of SpaceShoobs, and they're kind of forced into a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of situation. Either you are super aware of the runouts, you punish something like that for SpaceShoobs, and then you kind of are too passive and delay, and the time comes to kill you because SpaceShoobs are also holding the mid floor, or you play a little bit too quickly and you fall prey once again to Volspur on this opening pick. Either way, whether you decide to play like super slow and clear and very structured, or
you decide to play a little bit too quickly. Either way, you're falling into one of the win conditions that Shoobs has set up on this defense.
Gridlock is something that, honestly, Irish, one of my favorite operators in the entire game is Gridlock. But the sheer fact of the matter is, it's so hard to find a map where Gridlock can be extremely valuable. So I'm hoping Spiff can use this as a way to let it shine a little bit more. Those track stingers are super solid at punishing teams that come in for the late stage plays around. And Volster were back over on that vigil, knowing that SpaceShoobs, last time we saw this objective, played super heavy in on this vigil and the roam around and the map versatility and variety. You're running to shut that down and also keep your hard breachers alive for the entirety of that point as well. You're doing so pretty well. Clutch drone up above, getting a little bit of a visual, waiting for a chance to swing in afterwards, maybe cut down on a Banshee or maybe a little bit of a Dreadnought mine as well. Just something that could late stage provide some value. Volspur from up above does get a lot of shots to Focal, but thankfully your Blackbeard stays standing strong, and you could try to send a player or two up there to deal with them if necessary. But unfortunately, while you did get one, you get cut right back in return by Arrival, and Focal's nade clears out the Vulcan canister, and they're stuck waiting for that fire to dissipate.
The adaptation for Core is a full horizontal take on this site. Instead of trying to do anything too passively with a full clear, or trying to go super quickly on this top floor take, instead, they're just stalling out on a single horizontal angle, and that's really not the play either. For Core right now, in a man disadvantage, they don't have any space on the map. They've been kept at arm's length by this Vigil holding vertical and by the utility of the Goyo, and now, with 45 seconds left, they've rotated up into a semi-clear of top floor with the shield while also trying to take site. It's just too disconnected, especially with the man disadvantage that they find themselves in.
Oh, shots from above, false spur. This is where SpaceShoobs have to make giant claim for control. 30 seconds left, Toaster low, but still dealing with Franklin fights while standing on a nade. Focal, who was already obliterated by Volspur before, in a very bad spot. Gun pulled to stare up in hopes that it'll block something. Love seeing this visual as well from this. Blocks it visually, drops the shield back down to fight. The old, what was the old clash strategy of turning in a 180 while you pull out your shield to fight back?
Ballerina.
Yeah,
strat.
The bikini Bodhi strat.
Yeah.
Right, it was either way. SpaceShoobs, as I said, they needed 3 in a row on defense to break even with Core Gaming and reach that OT state. They've gotten 2. They still got to do 1 more in front of them.
And we're kind of starting to see why this is SpaceShoobs' map pick, because that basement style and that basement setup is really, really, really good. You said, oh, I mean, you can't expect the Vigil run out every single round, and I would usually agree with you. But on that site, again, you're either falling prey to over-aggression if you decide to go a little bit too quickly on the top-down clear, or you play super slowly on the top-down clear, you just lose out because there's too much time delay. And Core Gaming, because they know both of those options, they go for a completely different read. They say, hey, let's go for a full horizontal here, take space off of the Blackbeard, try to work a plant, because, I mean, surely if they have this much aggression and this much focus built around maintaining the mid-floor, then they'll be too distracted by holding the mid-floor to actually have proper vertical angles held up. No. SpaceShoobs have a perfect read of the entire map. No matter what Core Gaming did there, they would have been forced into an uncomfortable clear or an uncomfortable push. And for SpaceShoobs, now still on match point, they have 1 more round to go, and they can't go back to that bunker basement. They can't go back to that nearly perfect strat. They're forced onto something slightly different and forced up against a wall for 1 more round.
Honestly, I would say that's kind of a testament again to how varied it feels SpaceShoobs are. And a lot of the maps, the 2 maps we've seen obviously so far, they're used to playing so many different strategies, so it feels like they're used to seeing a lot of strategies. Typically, when you rehearse something and you talk about why you're doing it and you break it down with your roster, you're also talking about its disadvantages, the problems, ways that could counter it, strats that work against it, strats that don't work against it. So when you see these build-ups and you're starting to glean together what's happening in front of you and the way that Core Gaming are coming to attack, you start to say, okay, it's this. We're expected to see this. We've worked against this. It's similar to this team we played. Let's look at it like this. How do we fix that when we talked about this in our study time, our practice, and our scrims? And honestly, SpaceShoobs, how much experience they have and how much versatility they have, Core Gaming are either going to have to be really good at these standardized plays, or they're also going to have to start to innovate. But this match point scenario, still, it will be a tough time if you lose out on that first blood. And look at the shots from Teddy, who's been lights out all day.
Instant trade from Core Gaming, though, so it doesn't go completely sideways for them. Still a 4 versus 4, but unfortunately, they still have to clear out this position. And hold up, Teddy's just walking directly up here.
There's no way. Able to be reclaimed as well. There's nobody nearby for Core Gaming to fight that back. They're alone. If you put a player in this position to fight alone, you have to at least have somebody nearby to clean up the pieces if it goes wrong, and it's going so wrong. Franklin finally at least able to claim someone's life, but Focal, your only teammate remaining, well, they're no longer remaining. It's Wolfsper for the frag, and Franklin's alone. Shots to the head of Wolfsper. 2 versus 1, 38 seconds remaining, and diffuser plant in bunk, but past that, it's a floorboard hold up above. It's just not barely connecting, and they can't go for more. Where will this player step into? How will Franklin change up the pace? But they can't change it enough. Schmiggy watches the cut and the rotate out. It's OT on map 2 again.
Are we shoobing yet? After the first map, I mean, surely Shoobs fans and everyone who has not seen this team yet is absolutely ecstatic. And once again, Shoobs bringing it to overtime. We saw them kind of throw a few rounds on the last map and get it to the 6-6 position once again. But even still, I mean, I feel like all eyes have got to be on SpaceShoobs. After that first map, because of the kind of different expectations that I had because of the strength of this Core Gaming roster, I was looking at SpaceShoobs to be able to step up, and they did. On this map, because it was 6-3 for Core Gaming, it was once again a position where I was looking at SpaceShoobs and saying, hey, you need to step up, and in both of those times, they have. It's once again overtime, and once again, SpaceShoobs have the opportunity to steal a map away from Core.
Oh, OT again. SpaceShoobs on defense, with the way that their defense has come alive, exhilaratingly so, in the last 3 rounds. This is one of those moments where this is about as clean of a picture you could ask for. To set up for another map win, but a win in general. Especially when you classify just how close their attacking round win results were. 3, if not 4 out of the 6 coming down to the final seconds, and Core Gaming just shooting somebody stuck playing the diffuser, crying and begging, hoping, please don't look at me, please don't look at me, while they do so. This is as good of a grand finale as you can ask for. We even said at the end of map 1, when the cutting scene came and went to break, we're like, wow, this is good. And map 2 is not disappointed at all here, Irish.
Once again, back down onto the basement for SpaceShoobs. They site that they are very comfortable with, and a site that Core Gaming really have yet to crack. Something that they're either falling prey to one of 3 major win conditions of Core: the vertical, the mid-floor, time delay, and the aggression of Wolfsper. For this round, it's a lot quieter, which for Core is very good for them. Well, now they're finally taking space all the way on the top floor, looking to take a little bit and more than likely use the vertical instead of directly on site to be able to punish these mid-floor players that they know are playing in these positions with their feet dug in to hold.
Here's your first frag, though. SpaceShoobs lose out on Wolfsper. Big player, impact player, the SpaceShoobs side. And they're not Shoobs in it, they're relegated to cam dutying it. There's not really much there in terms of information for SpaceShoobs. Bulletproof camera 2. They're still up and running. Core Gaming will have the ability to use those Dokkaebi calls to flush out these SpaceShoobs players, so there is no mute jammer on the board. Something that SpaceShoobs and Core Gaming were utilizing well on the first and second floor. The shot from Exige of all people, and the rotate back down. They get back into lab through hatch. Now Core Gaming have acquiesced what was a man advantage, and with 60 seconds left, you're hurting for any semblance of feasibility, because guess what, Shamika Launcher, how are you going to get down the stairwell?
Oh, and that stops Focal as well. Core were just ready to burst through that and walk downstairs and take space. But for them, they still have a lot of advantages. They still have a few operators to be able to work this vertical. They still have one call in pocket for a late round final execute. And with hatches open as well, even if Exige continues to just hold down these stairs, there's still plenty of openings and plenty of opportunities to get kills onto SpaceShoobs defense elsewhere for Core.
Shots go out and Exige. This is the second swing from him. They have zero respect for what Core Gaming are bringing to the table on the offense for this. And now with Toaster eviscerating Focal, it's just gotten worse. Inrio waiting behind the fire and flames. What other pieces of utility could be there? Well, 15 more shots out the Shamika launcher could be in the docket. But Spiff is taking a fight they aren't ready for as Toaster swings the other way. Inrio can only find one, but they're found immediately afterwards. And shooting it one more time on the defense. They'll rotate now over to attack. They take the lead in OT, much like they did last map on Border.
Shoobs, for the first time on this map, finding themselves in the driver's seat, finding themselves with the advantage, and finding themselves with overtime match point. 2 opportunities now, just like the last map, to drag it over the line and take Core Gaming. And take another map off of Core Gaming, because this isn't their pick, this is SpaceShoobs' their own pick. And even though things have gotten down to the wire, if they win it right here and right now, it's not like a regular season game. It's not like a regular stage round robin game where winning a map in overtime isn't as much of a benefit. If you win a map at all, the exact same amount of points, the exact same benefit. And for SpaceShoobs, if they can drag it across the line, then they have the opportunity to clean it up in just 3 maps. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, because Core Gaming are on their defense, and on a site that they are very, very comfortable on, especially with the Mira still up for them.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We talk about how close every one of those defending rounds for Core Gaming felt like. There was a couple, to be honest, Irish, where SpaceShoobs just didn't really have a dog in that fight. But there were many a time when it came down to a 2v2, then a 1v1, and it's Core Gaming, Franklin twice, one of those lost, one of them won, Spiff once, Rival once, where they just sprinted in, had to wait and sprint away from sight, and just bide their time, even running out of the map at one point. It was Franklin in their first attempt. It's never been super out of control for SpaceShoobs. I'm really hoping that whatever setup they do, talked about the difficulties of using that glass and the way Core Gaming didn't really get much out of it previously with Focal, because they lost out in Franklin on that Habana. Hoping that they can use that well, knowing that they don't really have a hard breach besides Toaster, creating a really large hole, the exothermic charge, to create those viable sightlines to contend against. It's going to come off of playing in parallel with Volspur on that shield, and of course the speed from Teddy with the Yin Candelas to cut those sightlines out.
I like the idea of the attack from SpaceShoobs of opening up main breach and then just bursting through there with blast smokes and probably more than likely trying to get an execute through that with the smokes. But opening pick goes Core's way, and it could get even worse in the late round because there's 2 C4s and 3 smoke canisters. So if they go for a smoke execute, Core still have plenty of secondary and primary utility to stop that. And they might not even need to if SpaceShoobs, like we've seen from them time and time again after losing that opening pick, kind of go for broke a lot quicker than they need to.
Of course, we'll rotate up on the rooftop to find a new angle. Smoke does go out. We'll go through that soft wall. Mentioned before, this is where we saw Core Gaming have a pretty good point to work with. There's mostly SpaceShoobs actually finding most of their value on this wall and keeping Core Gaming's offense back. It was the start of SpaceShoobs' dominance, the one that got that ball rolling to an eventual 4 rounds in a row on defense. But in the same way that Core Gaming struggled on offense to clear that, SpaceShoobs used 2 separate smokes to do the same job, and now the Candelas to be able to flush through this space using Volspur. They don't have the secondary cross. Now it's a 3-on-5. Candela's out. Maybe they can get Schmicky back up. But this is just too dangerous a crossfire for anyone to try to peek into. I think they're very aware of that fact round the bend. No way that shotgun's getting anything at this range. And I said, hey, this is where Shoobs' dominance came into. They did give up that same hole that was so good for SpaceShoobs, but they had 2 to 3 more behind it. Still, they were willing to hold on to.
SpaceShoobs really hate going for a main wall play on that site. We've seen it time after time after time that they've flooded through the opposite side. They've flooded through a more bathroom other side take, and it just has never really gone well for them. They had all of the tools to be able to open up main breach and go for something more standard of a take, but instead, after they lose that IQ, maybe they aren't able to super easily stop that bandit trick or super easily stop that bandit from just holding down the wall, so they decide to rotate away from it. Either way, it's been quite a few times that they have rotated onto that opposite side and just not gone for a main wall. And it's another time where that has not worked out. It's a tough time for that to happen, because now they're just one round away from losing an advantage and, I mean, stopping really good momentum that they had built to be able to take Core Gaming into Bank with 2 maps to the good.
Once again, that mirror window, so we just saw Core Gaming utilized well. We brought forward again. The problem with doing so is, like we saw, trying to rotate away from that mirror window when things go wrong. Say if there's a lot of smokes on the board, or if there's utility that forces you to flash out, you can close that sight lines and you need another wall to work behind to try to close off that angle. Core Gaming had a backup plan. The SpaceShoobs have one at the ready. It may not even be a necessity, to be fair, Irish. The way that SpaceShoobs were able to force that operational wall first to be removed, that mezzanine 1 connected operational, was by having those smoke canisters cut off sight lines to then flush through. What is Core Gaming currently lacking? Couple of nades in their back pocket, the Deimos for some, maybe some flush potential. The Bees could be fairly valuable. But if you don't get much off the Rotero drone for flushing them out, better hope you find something elsewhere and you get nothing out that first one, not even knowing where to aim it.
They're kind of missing a Blackbeard. Something that, yes, we did see the double shield ban onto Core, but still, with the Blackbeard still available, he's a really strong operator on every single map, and he's very strong on this map. So, yes, there isn't exactly an individual gap as far as something that they're not bringing, but there is a little bit of a gap as far as something more effective that they're leaving still on the board.
Yeah. Nade sent early. I was just watching this exact same angle in hopes. They try the R6 Hall, and that will be their primary point. Season's operation was so difficult in the first place. They'll use the Bees to try to keep them away from that door frame. We're now with the back in the exact same spot we saw the ending stage for Core Gaming be so versatile. It is still SpaceShoobs losing out on that first blood. Rival. Chance for more. Has the cut for the player hiding. That's Toaster just behind that mirror window. You're worried about that door frame connecting into sight. That's where the danger is going to be. Force the turn, and while Exige has cover, you need much more than that. A 2 versus 2 now. Damage done, and Spiff, isolating Teddy, puts Volspur in a 1v2. Low on HP now. Shot to hell by Enrio. Maybe sent there soon after, but Volspur is 15 and is needing 17. Hunted now by Spiff. Early shots, but it will not matter. The revolver is out, and it's a GG no re for the second map. Core still pull out the win, and we're tied, guaranteed 4 maps now in the series.
Hard-fought victory on both of these maps for both of these teams. It looked for a moment like Core was going to absolutely stomp SpaceShoobs on their pick, and it was going to go 1-1 and go all the way down the line, but Shoobs very nearly breaking Core's heart. Even still, maximum overtime, the maximum amount of rounds possible between these two teams, and finally, Core are able to drag it across the line. In that last round, they just did the exact same thing that has been winning for them, which is just walk through.
I think most of that actually comes off the importance of when they're walking. Breaking down that mirror window play behind the Kiba barricade at corner, a lot of that value for the combo of both, I believe it was Schmiggy and Exige that were holding that angle. Exige holding, no, sorry, Teddy, I believe. And Exige holding that. Exige holding with the Aldo down inside sight. And I think Exige holding that corner, Schmiggy holding the corner. Either way, so much of the value is coming off of this play right here, where Rival swings after you have your initial player coming in from that direct window. The timing of it is so important because you have to distract line of sight. Where was the value for frost mats back in the day, right? It was forcing players to look down at their feet to shoot it. That's time a player can then look at that window while they're breaching in and shoot them down first. That's where the value came off of. It's the same exact thing in concept, but you're not using utility to get that job done. Instead, you're sacrificing a player that if they were to break that window anyways, were likely a foregone conclusion in the first place. But if they were the one to be left unseen and unshot, that also gives them sight line to sight. So it's a battle for that player holding the mirror window of what is more important for me to look at, and that turns into this big trickle play, this big value play for core gaming. And I love to see sacrificial lamb choices like that because it just elevates individual play and turns it into team play.
Either way, we're on to Bank next, and it's something that, once again, I'm really excited for all of these maps. In that last map of Lair, we saw a lot of Glaz from both sides, and it's something that on Bank specifically, Glaz, DMRs, and even Cali is actually really strong on that map because you can hold down lobby really well. A lot of the post plans for the attack, especially after the vaulting changes for defense, a lot of the attacks and a lot of the post plants come down to holding repels on that top floor. So I'm expecting a lot of Glaz, I'm expecting a lot of DMRs, and I'm expecting a chaotic third map because that's exactly what we've gotten from the first two.
Will it be another OT scenario, or will this finally turn to a team winning in regulation time? We'll have to see, but before that, a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back more with Bank.
He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost fell to to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
And now it's all down to Dead. Dead in a 1v2, 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse for Phantom Legion. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, and a great pick there to Rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead has full HP. Valena only at 16. And the pre-fire comes through and Tosh clutched it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is...
Mine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned, though, and no one's been dusted. But man, oh man, Shrey's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines of sight of everybody, and there it is. But you're trying to get in if you're Space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous...
PD lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
Revive Kira, bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that boss G gonna be very dangerous. Especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill, finally gonna be cleared there from Joss on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The ultra immediately, I mean, I've
Had it. They already know where his position is. Let the aim dying.
much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the Beano off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. Or get the bomb down. Packer's going to be hiding in the rat spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Hat-trick it, but they will again have the kite.
Still has to wait out to get that frag, and Cheese Boss will pay the price in due time. They're inside this train car, Goose. This is where the Alda could be very dangerous, but no feet visible, no head spotted around that corner.
There any noise being made? Down with you. And it's a straight out for two. Arado sends Cincinnati to match in series point.
Talked about skewing data. That's exactly what Cincinnati is doing. Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that,
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker.
deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill, can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait, the C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Cade clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Elf, or to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. Chaka, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Stop this plant from going down. It doesn't look like going to plant. It's fully down from the attackers, but there's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex Player gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. The Mike W gets one, gets two! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a third! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be cut on the Legion, and he gets the 4K onto the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh, that it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They could go for a plant on the wine wall. 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third Scoob. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly SpaceShoobs have given themselves an advantageous half.
Defenders going up this because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on a border attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
Just check the angle they just died from.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inreal, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Vandal has to defend up against both Scary and Scoob, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoob. Completely locked up by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. It's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Pick as well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter, diffuse! But he's able to get them both to 1 back!
And now they're going to drop down to the fireplace and hopefully go...
2 remaining for Cincinnati. Cheese Boss trapped all the way inside Gold Vault. Arno working from Garage, able to close out Nay on that approach, but you have 2 players on side of the Toxic Babe from Cheese Boss. What? Eviscerates one lowers the HP of Wimpy. They're at maybe 10 HP in total.
Are you kidding me?
Cheese Boss! What a round to come out from hiding within the gold bottle. They struck gold!
Towards default quiet and doesn't have the support.
Are we still shooting at chat, or did map 2 turn that into a finally core gaming revolution? We'll have to see. But map 1 falls in favor of Shoobs. Map 2, close call there, SpaceShoobs, but you just couldn't get the ball rolling in the right direction, and it went back on your heels. And it is instead core gaming to tie up the series 1-1. 4 maps is guaranteed in front of us, but Bank's the one next in the docket.
Yeah, and with the first 2 maps, this third map could go absolutely anywhere. We saw brief periods of dominance from both teams. We saw some scrappy fights most of the time between these two teams, round after round after round, things getting down to the wire, and I don't expect it to be any different on Bank.
Yeah, this is finally a map that I can look at and say, okay, the way that we've seen them play, the way that we've seen SpaceShoobs kind of evolve on attack and sometimes devolve on attack, let's be frank, but the versatility we've seen for a map like Bank, which is so, it feels so status quo right now to me, and at least in my eyes, it feels very status quo. I think SpaceShoobs have a chance to make Bank interesting again, right? Which is so good in my eyes. Let's make Bank interesting again. But a lot of that's going to come off the veto phase. Let's not be too boring with this one. At least map 2's was different than map 1's. But it still inevitably came down to, let's remove out a shield operator at minimum. Zombie was able to squeak through at the very least. Mira also got through, even though that was leaving both the Zombie and the Mira left unbanned. It will be the Habana and a Kaid, of all things, to be taken off for Bank, which is not too shocking considering the map in front of us.
Yeah, more than likely it's going to be some like ace or like ranged hard breach on attack, and then for defense something like a Clash or like a Fenrir, like we've seen from either of these two teams. One thing that I kind of want to point out is I talked about, oh yeah, wow, okay,
hey.
All right, I guess I know ball.
This is why you're my co-cast.
Yeah, because I'm like, Soul Read. I feel like it's going to be the most standard secondary bans for both of these two teams. I'm so smart. For this map, something that kind of forces out a lot of difference is we've seen Deimos a lot over the first 2 maps because there was a lot of verticality. On Border, pretty much both of those, or not both, like all of the sites have a ton of verticality to be able to use the Deimos really effectively. And on Labs as well, a lot of that comes down to vertical clears, and because the map is so big, having something that can really efficiently clear space is super important. For Bank, it's kind of a mid-sized map, and especially for this basement side hold, there isn't a ton of direct vertical that you can make onto the defenders on site. So Deimos is one operator that we've seen for the first 2 maps that I really expect to just be nowhere on this map.
Yeah.
And it kind of also frees up another additional pick of the attack where we've seen pretty consistent lineups, but there's a little bit more versatility coming out of SpaceShoobs because we see that gridlock that you really like. We see the Grim that we've seen, but we also see the Sens, something that we've seen individually played 1 or 2 rounds, but all 3 of them in conjunction, I don't know that we've seen throughout this matchup.
Flat stairwells as well as very centralized halls creates a very happy equation for gridlocks to find instant value. And for SpaceShoobs as well, it's a fairly solid weapon to wield at any point. And having nades in that back pocket just brings even more value to them, right? And if there's anything to harp on for SpaceShoobs, it's the fact that they have 6 pocket breaches, 6 can openers in their back pockets. I know they don't want to bring any actual mainstay hard breach, so they're trying to find something to supplement that. And there are quite a few hatches that you can look out for here for core gaming. It's going to be pretty reliant on the idea that there will be nothing there to stop that, which is why you see them ban out those Kaid Electric Claws. They don't want those hatches to be something that's easily stoppable for them. And that's where Schmiggy is also trying to use one of their can openers now inside stock, waiting for the call out to be made for the team to make sure it's totally safe on that side. With full spur around here for the first floor, have a little bit of some Z-ping and accurate information. No one actively there, but always wary and watching in case there is. More worried here would be if there's somebody on that main stairwell just near beepers that could go for a quick
quick cheeky swing or two that it looks like Core Gaming have decided we only want Rival nearby watching that. Otherwise, let's put everybody down on basement. And even then, they're just top of blue spares where you'd expect them to be.
Yeah, Shoobs were going for a full floor clear all the way from 3rd floor down, and Core read that very early on, and at a minute into the round, they just fully dropped back to site. Because if you can guarantee that Shoobs are going to take their time drawing out the entirety of the map, then you don't need to risk bodies. You know that you have the time delay from your roam, and if you drop back slightly prematurely, then you can maintain this area while also doing it very safely. But Rival is not safe at all! He's going to get opening pick! And even though it's traded out, he's still just keeping this Monty at bay, and he swings for a second, but doesn't find anything. Exige takes him down, and it's an opening for SpaceShoobs, and a man advantage, as with 30 seconds left, now they're just knocking on the door to sight.
I think about the 3 things you have the most valuable here now, though, for your defense. It's going to come down to limited HP for SpaceShoobs' offense. Even if he didn't get that kill with the second Mossberg shot, he at least did a ton of damage. Nitro Cell tossed, unfortunately not able to do much to Schmiggy. Worried about the possible use of the hatch up above you. A huge concern. You're really using the holo projector, though. There's the big Monty slam, and they live with 1 HP to their name. And it's a swing, wild an attempt with the pistol, knowing there's not much more they can do past that. It will be a DB&O, though, here for Teddy. There's no way to really stop this for Exige, but they do swing in. The greed. This is what they tried to warn us about in the 7 deadly sins, but it does not send them to the depths of hell. No, they get rewarded for it instead. And it'll be a defensive round win for Core Gaming. Who else to pull out a miracle last-second victory than Core the way they did on our last map?
Man advantage, complete control of site, sends walls down, and a Monty just right next to Red Hallway. And Core Gaming just down 2 players, stop plant, and win the round. That was absolutely insane. Everything was going SpaceShoobs' way. They decided to go for a full clear. Core Gaming fell off. SpaceShoobs read that perfectly and really sped up their mid-floor clear. Took space with a ton of time, had those hatches open, had every advantage going towards them. And we saw Spiff raise a very good question in chat of, hey, why didn't the Monty do anything? He was just kind of standing there menacingly with the ability to go for an ADS, pull a little bit of attention, and stop Core from aggressing onto the planters, but instead of providing any sort of cover or providing any sort of pressure, all he was just a C4 magnet, which yes, did help, but he could have had a lot more impact by tossing his life away in order to secure the plant.
My concern now for this round, for at least SpaceShoobs, it's going to come off of finding value once again for Volsper. And of all the players to put over on that Blackbeard, I've always been really concerned with it being your most valuable in terms of kill department, being more so a point of expertise for handing it to somebody that could then be assisted by your biggest fragger, your most valuable player for space and control. And while we talk about value, it's been mostly Teddy, it feels like, for SpaceShoobs. Volsper, we always knew Irish was going to be a kill lead. 24 KD positive into this. Everyone else was negative for SpaceShoobs heading into this grand finals. Yet Teddy has been the standout player that's really, honestly, given SpaceShoobs as much of a shot as they have. So they aren't the player to find the first frag for this round. It's Schmiggy just sprinting. Straight up a barbed wire, not counter-read by Spiff whatsoever, and in the process of doing so pay the price, as it's not just now them who's been felled, it's Focal joining them in the afterlife. A testament to how greedy SpaceShoobs can be. They wanted to make sure if you were up on that 2nd floor, you get punished for being there. They're going to drop you quick as can be down back to 1st.
Yeah, the extension not only just pushed away this round for Core Gaming, but very well punished. Those Yin Candelas delays out a little bit, actually does a more effective job of pulling attention than the Monty on the previous round. At the exact same time, Schmiggy just runs up those spiral stairs and collects the opening pick. It's a really, really good opening, but for SpaceShoobs, you're in a scarily similar place to last round. A man advantage, the ability to drop onto site and go for an execute at any time, but also, still for Core Gaming, this is very similar to what we saw from the last round.
that he's stuck in a pretty dire spot. Not too sure about where there is a player on blue stairs. There is, and Rival went for the dash to get towards pillar and tried to sprint past it through that point. Pays the price. Now in Rio, Mossberg in hand. That's a quick, clean kill to Teddy, but not aware that there's still one more nearby. And the offense quickly incisors territory from the defenders. There's not really much you could do if you're Core Gaming after you lose that trickle effect of player economy. SpaceShoobs will take round 2, and we'll tie this thing up again 1-1. And I would love to see this game continue to go back and forth. And while my throat would love to see a match that does not go to OT in this best of 5, I as a player, I as an enjoyer and a viewer, will gladly accept SpaceShoobs shoobing it up in Core Gaming and leading into the dynasty that they're expecting to see, especially when they also have a standout 5 players in a secondary roster looking to fill in gaps where needed for this team.
That was a really good bounce back for SpaceShoobs. Like I said, during the round, it was a very similar and a very scary point for SpaceShoobs because the early round just went perfectly their way. They pieced apart the extension for Core Gaming, and they were sitting on the edges of sight, looking for an execute. For Core Gaming, that's exactly how they won the first round, but for SpaceShoobs, once again, we've seen them adapting time after time, and it's no different in that round. Instead of just pushing in, instead of just dropping down hatches and going for broke when they really don't need to, they slowed down. They put people in really good cut positions to punish players going for roams and going for reflanks, and they played to their strengths, which is playing off of each other and playing to punish Core Gaming.
Keep the barricades placed inside stop. So much of the defense comes down to creating your own little fortifications. That's Fortnite, baby. But unlike that, there's much less microtransactions. Kind of. We're free to play now, right? Season X is free to play.
Yeah, we are.
There. Yep. See, there you go. Will that help pile into the hype? I don't know. I think tactical shooters are still in, but battle royales are kind of falling out. But it does truly feel like a free-for-all instead when it comes to defenses playing by their lonesome in stock. It's hard to get a player out of that foothold, but it's even harder to get them proper assistance. You know, there'll be a player inside of janitor closet, and they'll have a doorway at which to hold, but if you have anyone on open, whether that be on the skylight itself or just having control of that door frame and having a ability to close out that position, it's hard to let that janitor player actually be viable individually. As Spiff loses out of the mirror window, and guess what? Second one in the back pocket, they'll still have vision in towards sight, which is where you want to see as SpaceShoobs will break in through that window repel you said you wanted, and they are clearly bringing it.
Also, Ash has zero charges left in pocket. You said that, yes, one was countered out, but she has a second. At this point, there's very little to counter out that position besides what's being thrown in, which is a few nades, a few pieces of displacement utility, but there's nothing to really stop the Mira utility itself from being able to be used. Schmiggy trying to maybe toss something in front and stop the sight lines, but even still, Spiff is holding a C4, so that doesn't really matter if SpaceShoobs decide to take this space. It's kind of a... It's a pretty bad position for them. There's not really a ton that they can do except walk directly into a Mira or directly into an Azami setup.
Breach going on now. Spiff has no way to deny this, but can now use this as a way to fight for more. Hollow projector up, and that's easy visual for the frag onto Exige. But Volsper combos in, shield slams down Spiff, and fires afterwards. But DB noted a spot they can't necessarily fight back from. Franklin finishing the job to Teddy. Diffuser, recollectible, sure, but in a spot that's hard to contend against. It's making him maybe throw one more hollow projector, but look, no more utility in that back pocket to work with. Be a direct behind desk if they go for anything, and Franklin's just watching this conference wall. Gets a visual just behind the chassis, and no more Schmiggy. It's just Toaster. Knows there's a player inside a desk, but there's just nowhere to go with it past it. Franklin for Core, and Core getting their second round win.
Core holding down the power positions really, really well. For SpaceShoobs, we've seen from the first 2 rounds that they're able to clear extensions, clear power positions, and clear specific positions that they pinpoint to be important very effectively, and they were not able to on that round. They got the first Ash charge in to maybe, like they thought, completely stop out the Mira, but Spiff just had the second inpoc to be able to put that back down, and even though they kind of scrambled and actually put together a really good counter to that of opening up
directly hard left of the wall and make Spiff uncomfortable. It didn't make him too uncomfortable to find that all-important pick that we saw onto the person trying to get Planter down for SpaceShoobs. This is a scary, scary start for them, because Bank, I mean, should be a map where maybe even if you don't get a 4-2 half, you look strong on your attacks, and SpaceShoobs, specifically on those final executes, have really been struggling. The early round is going towards them, but once it comes down to actually putting all the pieces together and getting the bench down, it's really not gone their way.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, has he really gotten to the chances to have, like, clean opportunities to do so? It feels like SpaceShoobs are thinking the moment is nigh, that this is the time, and then it's Dark Knight Rises when the going gets tough. I don't know, Core Gaming just come out of the darkness, come out of the woodworks, and just fight. Talk about it 2 rounds ago with Spiff just rushing out from inside hall in vault. Just gets the kill. No chance for it. Last round there, you had a player inside janitor closet. You knew that. You opened up the wall for them, for goodness sake. And that created the perfect sightline for the hall projector play. It's just such a misnomer. And here now, in an interesting early fight. Though it does fall in Teddy's favor, at least for this one. You lose out another one afterwards. I was trying to read the in-game chat through the tiny pip and not through the bottom right. You get a whole lot easier to do so. But they got a player hiding upstairs behind desk. And this could be a cheeky way to steal a kill away. Spiff would have to go very unseen. And that would also mean that if you lose that fight, you lose it at a nitro cell for late-stage play, which I'm not a huge fan of personally.
But he has a really good set of info for himself. Not only just that default cam, but also I'm pretty sure he set up a drone that he had hacked in that upper square position. Unfortunately for him, Shoobs aren't going to spend a lot of time on square at all. They're going to drop really quickly down to blue.
For a bit more, at least for SpaceShoobs, they've already gotten pressure here inside server and Irish. Talked a little bit about how late the play came in for SpaceShoobs. Obviously, if you're trying to plant with 6 seconds left, you're going to pay the price if they rush at you in that moment. I think they could have tried it in 2 seconds left, honestly. They had so much control with the Monty play from Siege previously. You'd hope to see maybe a little bit more. Was that actually Schmiggy at the time? May not matter. Pocket breaches were their entire strategy, and they had 6 last time, only 4 now. 2 more remaining, should they choose to use them. You still haven't cleared Spiff on the top floor.
You're also trying to go for a glass plant directly into a smoke and also into a warden on the other side as well. And the smoke ends up taking down the shield, a really, really impactful player that could have held down the plant, and the flank comes in as well.
Spiff. No way. Oh, the timing, that was so tight for it. They'll get their one and squeak past Nitro toss to buy time. Oh, when they can hide behind the server chassis on the floor, Spiff has an angle to fight. Bees to buy time, shots between each other, and those Spiff will fall. The time that was bought, the player that you dropped, and now the control that you seized away from the SpaceShoobs offense should give you everything defensively. Core Gaming used that with Rival, off with Teddy. Toaster in a 1v2, has to peek past, barbed wire in front, bailiff in hand, no one's giving him the time of day, and it's a defensive round win again down in basement.
And it gets even worse, because for SpaceShoobs, the early round had really been going their way. They had cleared power positions, and then the execute was just falling apart. And in that round, they decide to, instead of full clearing the map, instead of getting the advantages that we've seen them get time and time again, they kind of just ignored the full clear, went for a blue take, and then still stalled out on the execute and did not have the right tools for the job. They were going for a glass smoke plant with a shield directly into the smoke, which counters the shield, and directly into the warden, which counters the glass. Everything from core just was built around face stuffing that execute, and what could have helped them there of just fully blitzing through site, taking a ton of space, and distracting and delaying the defenders enough to get plant down, They decided not to go for that. They kind of just stalled out a little bit, let Spiff flank, and even though the reflank comes in, at that point, it's just way too late. For SpaceShoobs, they're trying to fix their problems of the late round execute. They are changing things, but it's just gone from bad to worse, because that round looked significantly worse than we've seen from them.
And even with, you know, the mirror band downstairs, which is a very high value place to have those mirror windows in Basement Hall, you still see SpaceShoobs struggling to really get past a lot. And are they aware that that was purely because Spiff was playing the extremely long game, lapping that far away and buying them much time for destruction? It's hard to say. It's something that you'll wider view later on, you'll look into and be like, this was, well, maybe not obvious, is something we probably should have expected and counterplayed a little bit better for us. Maybe had the utility to do so. Why are they allowed to get into blue stairs so easily and able to take down a player that we needed so strongly to watch with those that glass sniper scope visual through to that hall to game for an easy plant? Because we had top control as well from Hatch inside of open. There are the Kings.
Info early on and space taken from SpaceShoobs' attack. They're walking this Monty in and then deciding to work vertical later on with the Ram. And also, with 1:50, they're making really good time with it. They've once again gone back to more of this kind of slow, full clear, clearing out power positions, and it seems like it's working. The info game also has been spectacular. These drones spotting out so many players, but it's not going to lead to an opening pick. Spiff takes down Toaster instead, and an opening for Core Gaming. Yeah, I wanted to see that too.
Exige is 3 feet above Rival on that staircase. I just don't know. Speaking of, though, Core Gaming as a whole, 2 players positive over the SpaceShoobs side. Toaster and Teddy not really getting much to work with for round 5. With 65 seconds remaining and time ticking, it's not like SpaceShoobs are running out of options. They've got plenty of visual acuity. Enrio's been DBNO'd. Rival's been hit with a huge lick of damage, and you've also got Spiff, who's low nearby Enrio, and I don't think they're where the Monty's there. It's just a quick flick, though, to get their one trade. And a cleanup crew now given Claimant control. Volspur from above, Schmiggy down direct. But you're going to have to move Volspur alongside Schmiggy. I just don't think there's a way to play top-down for either of these 2 sites with viability for the 2 operators you have currently left. Smoke Canister could play huge. Pocket Breach. Franklin just below. Schmiggy, have they looked? Are they aware? They may not be. Franklin tucked in this corner, trying not to turn or make too much noise. Smoke canisters being sent. They'll wrap around the long way, and though they get seen, it's 1 off the board, and Schmiggy is alone. Pistol out, swinging heavy to the zombie. Down with Franklin, but 10 seconds left, and you have to hunt. Player around the corner and try to plant and stick this diffuser if they choose to do so. Sprint being made. Audio cue given. Just around the corner. Time is being stuck. Monty not able to pull the shield in time. And Focal uses the shotgun to end out this round to give Core 4.
Another nail-bitingly close round. Finally, SpaceShoobs are putting it into a position where it looks very, very close. Instead of a good early round that then turns into a very poor execute, that round seemed like it was honestly the exact opposite. Core Gaming got off to a really good start, and SpaceShoobs battled back really, really well, got it back into a winnable position, and the 2 versus 2 just goes slightly awry because they don't drone a close corner. That sometimes just happens. What's unfortunate, though, is that SpaceShoobs are starting to fix their issues on their attack at a time where they've already lost the half. They're down 4-1, and at this point, the best they can hope for is a 2-4 on a side where they would really be hoping for an even half, or maybe even potentially a 4-2 to get this map over the line. It's a little bit too late for SpaceShoobs to be able to fix their issues.
Oh, 1 round left, though. On the defense, and Core Gaming could solidify a 5-1. Irish. And you're heading back up to executive.
That would be brutal.
That would be brutal. That would be extremely brutal. And SpaceShoobs, bar the exothermic breach to Janitor, which I said it before, felt like a non-necessity, and honestly was their undoing for the plant for SpaceShoobs in that round, because it just opened up the Janitor play for... who was it in the time that was doing? Was it Vocal that was in there? Whoever was in there.
With the Azami that was playing close under breach?
In Janitor Closet. I think it was Focal with the mirror window. When the exothermic breach came down, they just shot out the player planting of Exige.
Oh, that was Spiff.
Okay, Spiff. Who else but Spiff? Truly could have guessed.
10 seconds remaining.
If Spiff had not had that wall open, they would have had to go through and break the mirror window, and they still would have had to take guesses that the plant was going down to the first place. And I don't think the comms were necessarily there for Core Gaming to 100% solidify that's the case, because they'd already baited 2 hollow projectors before that. SpaceShoobs, it was their own undoing. We'll put it that way. But now it'll be a totally different setup for Core Gaming, knowing that the mirror window is not on the board. Basement in this site were the 2 sites I looked at most specifically, where that Mira third ban was going to be the most valuable for SpaceShoobs. And it has to be valuable, considering it's their last chance now, and it did not pan out for them down on basement.
Either way, this is still a scary position for Spiff, though, because even without the mirror windows, he's going to have a ton of info and a lot of late-round flank ability, like we saw from him previously. But it's even worse on this site because he has a C4 in hand. If he can manage to sneak away and remain alive to the late round, he could just walk up these blue stairs, get below into archives, and go for a C4 late round. Given that Teddy doesn't maintain this position.
How direct do you play there, though? That's at least giving you some inkling of intel. He also could be in a spot to use a repair drone to knock out anything on the board, but wants to use a normal drone first to get any information to work with. We didn't see any attempts from Core Gaming to do runouts, shut down the window repel. They kept them pretty honest over there, but they didn't try to fight that too heavily. Most of it came down to burning the nades that were in pocket for SpaceShoobs to get those mirror windows off the board and get that utility there instead. That's why they had that second mirror window in their back pocket to use. They keep the barricades inside a stock. Well, they're still there here, Irish, and you're just praying something works. And the Nomad air jab, they know it's going to be there. It's just a matter of confirming that the player is inside still of stock.
They have 4 nades. They have the utility that they need to actually definitely push this space and definitely play this player out, but it seems like they're not really going to need it. Opening pick to them, and they get a second as well onto Focal. That's 3 of those gas canisters, and the only late round plant deny utility is that initial pick, or is that initial play of Spiff. But not only is he not going to find planter, he's going to go down.
Let's flash from Exige, doesn't matter, runs in, gets the kill afterwards, and it's, well, a round win for SpaceShoobs, folks, on offense. But in the complete opposite way than anticipated, they did so flawlessly for the final round of that first half. And Core Gaming will not get that 5-1 we said would be, well, truly crippling. But it still was a dominating defensive performance from them, but much more in line with the standard and status quo we'd expect from CJX. The ban phase, though, for the second half starts and gets underway. Core Gaming, well, they will not have access to Ace, and the Kaid for SpaceShoobs will be removed. Probably somewhat similarly where they don't want to have to worry about the hatch play. Keep those pocket canisters aplenty, and you worry a little bit less about the overall hard breach utility that is available to you. It'll likely be something similar to a shield op here. Talked a little bit about zombie and the value for Mira. Maybe it's a first ban option for Core Gaming. But you were the one with the Omega brain here, Irish. Instead it'll be a shield op, yes, of Monty, and then the Valkyrie of all things. Or a bank.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised that we do see a shield ban, because...
from Core, though? I mean, sorry, from SpaceShoobs, though? I don't know, like...
I know, but like, almost definitely taking down the 2 ranged hard breaches makes that top floor site so much more playable, because it allows you to actually really hold down that Kanto side without having to put electricity down, without having to have someone play it directly, and then there's a little bit of risk associated to that, because then the attackers can just go and repel. It's almost like more times than not, even from at a tier 1 level, you see a double ranged hard breach on this map. So even though Monty is very, very strong, and even though, yes, we've seen Core use it, and it is most certainly a good ban, it is still a little bit weird that we see the Hibana make it through, especially because, we go up to top floor first, and Franklin just takes onto it immediately.
Maybe the plan is to counteract with Exige on the Clash? Maybe. If you play a little bit more confrontational, like up in their face, whether that be here on Hall outside Janitor or direct on site, right? To keep that window repel and the range hard breach, whatever it is, right? maybe the clashes where you're trying to semi-shut that down. That's dangerous. That's something that it feels like you're making a mountain out of a molehill, right? A simpler solution was clearly in front of you, but it could just be, hey, SpaceShoobs knows that Core likes to use the Monty. They want to shut that down. They had problems with it previously. And Monty will be very valuable on 2 out of the 3 objectives for these first few, and they just don't want to give them clean-cut access to it. Time will tell if that is the right choice or if the clash is going to be enough. We can clearly see that it's not really stopped the first floor access for Core. They have plenty of control over here. No one really on full, I would say, wide clearance for SpaceShoobs in terms of roaming about. Everyone's sitting, as you'd expect, pretty static, turtling up on that second floor. Maybe a chance, though, to get something if only that Rotero drone actually managed to break out one of those Kiba barricades direct where you'd expect a player inside Stock to fight as. This is the first time we've actually seen Stock successfully usurped from a defending player, and it's Core Gaming doing so.
But just as we see the pressure start mounting from the attack, the one operator that you pointed out very early on at the clash comes to backfill the space. Maybe Core could have gotten in, but even still, right now, it seems all but impossible. What is not is finding a pick onto Volspur, opening pick for Core Gaming, and onto an operator that you'd really want to remain alive. That Azami stops something like this from happening, of Core just setting up on these long rappels and just holding cutoffs for the entire round. With an Azami on a site like this, you can actually get yourself in a much better position, but instead, SpaceShoobs are in a really scary spot where Core are just encroaching from everywhere.
Demo's trying to get away with something, and Rival maybe has a chance for it. It is all Core Gaming in the feed, and it's finally the chance to see 2 flawlesses back-to-back in this series. But unfortunately, Toaster has something to say about it here with a Vector. There's not much really to do. It's unlucky for SpaceShoobs here. But a Nitro toss could have been a problem, but will not ultimately be the case. And what was this you said earlier, that you finally felt like we'd see a map where Deimos will not rear his head and it will be a little bit less valuable and he should take a step back? Where is that? I just saw Deimos.
Hey, we didn't see him in the whole first half. I'm still counting that as a win. I think you used all your color casting in the first half, where you had your Mega Mine for the agent, the veto phase, right? And then hold on, did you just say agents? You mentioned 2 other games. You mentioned Fortnite and Valorant.
Yeah, I'm really good at that.
That's yeah. The first half was significantly more predictable. It was unfortunate that we kind of did see SpaceShoobs go down 2-4, but everything has kind of gone out the window here. Hibana's still on the board for the attack of Core, and they have used it, and they, just pieced apart SpaceShoobs on the defense with that, and also with the Blackbeard to be able to take space, and also with the Deimos that I did not expect at all. Core are just doing the exact same plays as previous maps, and then adding in one pivotal operator of the Hibana, a power operator that SpaceShoobs have decided not to ban out. And going on to this round, like looking over towards the operator lineup of Core, it's like the exact same as we've seen from every single one of their attacks on other maps.
Yeah. I like their status quo. I mean, it's functional. Which for SpaceShoobs should be, if they lose to something like this consistently, that's a problem that is just saying, hey, why the heck do we keep losing to the same thing over and over again? Like, this should have just been fixed. This should have been a solution. But it is what it is. Was that fire I already saw placed in the ground? Was that a visual bug?
It might have been popping of one of those heat pipes. Because a lot of defensive teams, especially for like super specific pieces of utility, choose to destroy them in prep phase so that the attackers don't have access to them later on.
Yeah, I didn't know they had one downstairs that used fire. I haven't really paid too much attention to CJX's extra utility use for that, but I was worried that maybe a Vulcan canister pre-detonated.
Somebody just... Ooh! Good early round info. For Core... yes, for Core, they have very effective info and stop Volspur from doing something that we saw out of Spiff round after round, getting that early round impact. Not only just that, they also get a punish onto Exige.
That's a huge frag, too, because while Exeech hasn't necessarily been the kill determiner, you need that kind of player in for the late stages of these rounds as just something to pull sight lines and to make sure that you're always aware that there's someone in that position. And Core Gaming just utilizing a correct skylight for that is unreal. And now second one. No, Toaster has got a pretty good way to get a frag back. And now Teddy watches from the beeper side. You have essentially, I guess it's no longer beeper side, but you've essentially evened out the odds despite having such a solid coordinated start from Core. See, back to an even 3-on-3. And the one person we thought maybe could have gotten dealt with early on at Wolfsburg, they're spotted by the drone, not only is still standing, but has actually been useful in the processes of taking down Franklin.
Yeah, and another pick to SpaceShoobs. It's almost like a complete, perfect mirror of them on their attack. It was a great start for Core Gaming, but then SpaceShoobs just finding 3 picks and onto pivotal operators. The Capitao, the Ying, and also the Dokkaebi. There was no shortage of execute utility for Core Gaming, but even still, those are the 3 operators that you would really want on the board. Something to be able to stop the dead teammates from giving calls, something to be able to stop the alive teammates from being able to see their screen, and something to stop players from keeping their positions as fire stays at their feet. Now, there is a little bit of the shield, of the nades to be able to displace, and of those Grim Bees to be able to displace and have info as well, but even still with a man disadvantage, I mean, you're really, really reeling from those first few picks and onto pivotal operators for Core.
Can Rival try to take a fight from here? Inside vault, made a focal not too far away, and maybe could flush out that player, but didn't go nearly far enough. You got a second chance! You gotta win that fight against Teddy, though. This nade, not clearly enough. Teddy's extremely low, though, but it doesn't matter. SpaceShoobs off the back of Teddy. We had the question if it was going to be Wolfsburg and Teddy to highlight throughout the first 3 maps. And Teddy has essentially taken any question of that and thrown it out the room. Core Gaming very well should have had that round in the back pocket, but when a single player throws a spanner in the works, we British here? How many British casters do we have? A wrench in things. You just have to wallow over and cry if you're Core Gaming. You're still clearly in the lead, but we saw how that worked on map 2. But you gave up so much, got them into OT, went to max OT, and still, in a dire strait, pulled out that last round to get the victory on your opposition's map pick when you couldn't do it on your own in OT.
Yeah, SpaceShoobs on that round finding money for nothing. Oh, little Dire Straits reference.
Hey.
Either way, Teddy just absolutely destroyed, just absolutely like blew that round open. Finding a pick in the mid round, but also stopping Core Gaming from piecing something together later on. We saw them fight back in the middle of the round, and we had a little bit of a brief moment of respite from action to be able to piece it apart and say, hey, you did a really good job, Shoobs, in that mid round, but also in that late round, Teddy having absolutely fantastic impact and stopping Core Gaming from pulling yet another round out of nowhere. And it's a very pivotal moment. It's not match point for Core, but with just a few rounds to go and on their attack and on a side where they've looked very strong, every round matters for Shoobs.
Drone deployed.
Whether or not the round matters for Core Gaming in every moment, in every spot, I think they want the victory. We've seen the drive, we've seen the power. What's the rest of that song? It's been a while since the Rock's been around.
It's Stay Hungry, we should keep it hour. Put in the work, put in the hours, and take what's ours.
I feel like we're getting more unhinged as this goes on. I think that's just kind of the status quo of a grand finale best of 5. The casters get more and more unhinged as time progresses. The players have to get more and more locked in. Like I said, if you're going to see the same exact operator selection, and won't say agent this time, over and over again, anticipate the ability to predict and counter that. SpaceShoobs needs to play in a way that is just decisive enough to shut down Core. This one's a little bit different. Franklin, yes, still over on the bonnet focal for that Blackbeard. Great use here to try to flush out the player upstairs and Janitor. They'll be forced to take that hatch down below. No cut there for Core, which means that player will easily escape back off towards site, and a cut there would have been near impossible anyway, considering the objective in play is in fact this kitchen room. At least you can clear out that second floor and start to work that verticality on that side and get you open, which is where the biggest matter is. If you can control square, get that doorway off towards kitchen. We saw the way SpaceShoobs tried to use that to their advantage. Big Core Gaming do the exact same thing.
Toaster and the rest of SpaceShoobs did a really good job of dropping back. At this point, it's a minute left. Yes, Core are making good work of the second floor. Yes, Core are making a ton of vertical pressure on the defenders of SpaceShoobs. But also, SpaceShoobs and the aggression were able to drop back, and it's still a 5 versus 5. At this point, only one C4 in pocket for Schmiggy. But it's still, with a 5 versus 5, they had the ability to play numbers on site, and as time continues to tick down for Core, at some point, you're going to be forced into what could be an uncomfortable execute with no smokes, and now with a man disadvantage.
A nade should have already been sent here to try to deal with Exige. 2 even, there we go. Finally, a second one is dropped in afterwards. That player should have never been allowed to stay there for as long as they were, but may not matter. Plant is going down now for Focal on hatch and default. No way to deny this for SpaceShoobs. Player inside printer window of Franklin. They've not gotten just 1, but 2 from this spot. And it's too solid a stronghold. Toaster's alone. Vector firing to both sides, aware that they could be pressed upon by any single one player with 4 still standing. And it will be the Blackbeard or Focal to do so. Constantly teasing the shield drop before actually engaging it in a decisive way. It's match point on map 3. For Core, once again, the first team to reach there.
SpaceShoobs had 0 plant denial there. I mean, besides like 1 single C4, they really had nothing where usually on a site like that, you're playing around a Maestro, you're playing around a Smoke, you're playing around maybe even an Echo. They had none of that. Once Core Gaming finally decided to drop in, decided to take space, and decided to go for an execute, yes, it was a little uncomfortable, only for a little bit. But then, like you said, there were so many nades still in pocket for them to displace power positions and to secure the plant behind a shield as well and behind the cover of directly below the hatch. For Core, I mean, yes, time was getting a little bit away from them, but it seemed like there was no point in that round where they felt uncomfortable. And SpaceShoobs, yes, they were able to drop back to site, but at that point, they didn't have any tricks up their sleeve. They had everyone still alive, but Core had a ton of space, Core had the vertical, and more importantly, Core had the ability to get a very, very safe plant down. At no point during that plant process did it feel like SpaceShoobs had the ability to delay, deny, or stop the plant.
Even when your players are fighting these positions where they're watching the hatch play, right? You're on that hatch in corner. You have 6 nades you're bringing if you're Core. Where's the counter to that? Where's your Jaeger? Lamai pancake. I don't know. Speaking of Lamai, though, Schmiggy's got that on the board here, and this will be something to maybe remove a couple of the utility pieces that Core Gaming have already used before in their attempts to take down this site. But the window repel is already up on the board for Core, and Rival is starting to break down a couple of these windows up in the small lounge. Combo that in. You also got the X-Kairos pellets. That was still not banned in that third fan phase, by the way, which was something you said, the long hard breach, something to keep an eye out for. Yes, Blackbeard's gone, but the X-Kairos pellets and the long hard breach just creates too much to devastate, and even with Mira off the board, it's still too valuable to leave ignored.
Yeah, and I think it's I don't know. Like, I feel like it's a little bit of a misstep as well because it's incredibly strong on top floor. It's incredibly strong on basement to be able to get open the hatches, but it's also just a straight up castle like hard denial. Like we see on this round, we see the Wamai to be able to actually secure. Oh my god! What? A quick fight over towards hallway. And Core Gaming comes out on top. 2 kills for them, and the Wamai that I was just about to point out, trying to keep these castles and these zombie barriers safe, goes down, so he's not able to put down any either.
Teddy's got a spot where they can continue to hold top of main, but it's 1 player in stock, 1 nearby to it, still have control over in square. You weren't wary of the fact that there's a player so close to that window, even with the repel. Shots crossing to Exige, they're very low. But is there any utility that would be capable of clearing this one out? There just isn't. It's going to require Spiff to go on a lonesome journey alone to find the frag. Franklin rotating inside to join on square. One hall player, one direct through that wall. An unknown, because Exige is low, but you can't confirm anything. You get damage dealt, but you're just as low now. In a pressuring position. Volsper waiting for the chance to strike. Spraying through the couch. Maybe a chance to get damage through. We've mentioned Exige is very low, and they both! No way!
The hope of SpaceShoobs to be able to close this out in 3, or to be able to close this out in anything other than 5, has now fallen by the wayside. QOR with 2 maps to the good, and even though they let that first map, their map pick, get away from them, their second map pick, they close out in a much more convincing fashion than we've seen any map from any of these 2 teams. It's QOR now sitting with 1 map left to go before they knock SpaceShoobs out.
We've seen long highlight reel after long highlight reel Irish to this state because all the first 2 maps went to OT. 1 short of max on map 1, max on map 2. First SpaceShoobs followed by a QOR Gaming win, and this is the first time we've seen a map not require, let alone, 12 rounds to be played, but even then, more than that for OT to engage in force. QOR Gaming said, we want to get the job done, even when it looked like Exige was going to bury the chances for QOR Gaming to get to that match point and win. They were incapable of doing so. The 4th round for SpaceShoobs, not a possibility, and map 4 is next up on the docket. Opinions, we said we really wanted to see the possibility of map 5, but the way that we've seen QOR playing, is that still here, or does SpaceShoobs have to take this next break, is a major point to talk about, because we've seen not a lot different from QOR, and yet they're still coming away with a wider victory margin every single map.
The thing is, going into this map, this is Skyscraper. This is the map that I was looking forward to, especially after the first map. We saw SpaceShoobs drag it over the line in a maximum overtime. Going back to the last time that SpaceShoobs played Skyscraper in this tournament, all you have to do is go back 1 playoff game. They played it against the Kikimori, and they won 7-2, again against a team that, I mean, for my money, on my expectations, in my predictions, I had a Kikimori winning that over Shoobs. So, if history repeats itself, we could very well go to all 5 maps here.
We'll have to see if that's the case. Skyscraper tends to be a map that's dominated by one side over the other, so don't let the first half ending scoreline deceive you. But before we even get there, we're going to have to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're right back. Let's see map 4 underway.
To keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill. It's instantly checked out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the Grand Final.
Is the second player. The second player of Amazing has already wrapped back into church as well, but he's gone from the other side. Wrapped and found Amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this half wall, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus, we said, is very low HP, but now he realizes, oh, us is in church. I have case. All I need to do is put it down to the ground, and I have 25 seconds left at this point to do just that. Get out of Perseus, goes through the rotate, but he's...
2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes up with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's going to swing. He's feeling the heat. And now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. And the offense is now inside. He's just going to completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
It's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86% that's advantage for nearly the entire round. They're going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Knowing that the round is going to be teaming up with all the blitz to be able to run it. Don't count Jay Hitman out just yet. Make it a 1v1 blocker. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses Jacob. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in check. Jay Hitman with the ace.
Oh, the timing! 3v2 post play. Yeah, Diffuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx, he can watch it from above, but he drops down. Walker dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1.
No way.
Getter inside of Taylor's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. He needs to get this kill on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs to kill. He'll get it. Invictus comes
between 0% and 5%. Blacking up sectors. What's going on here? Now,
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's gonna make the post. He's got one. He finds two. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, Duke. So he's down. He can just find the poster. What happened?
Bullets are something that could really easily force him out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to use succeeding goals himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off goal. Good for 2 now as he finds the crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still hitting strong as well. The asphyxiating pulls those out, but it's going to have no impact, and Cole is good for 4. He wants to fit, he's going to go down instead. His teammate should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you say the Midas touch. Yeah, I think, my God, 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. Oh, he has to get 1 more gunfight. And he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying that point to Fluffy Amers.
and Zonky's the one to win 1, win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
But the clock is 0. All he has to do is shut down the flame. He's gonna be Jet going for Bill. Is going to be down. Poison finds 1. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is impossible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Spence. They have to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Tommy immediately get back up. So it's a 1 versus 2. Tommy trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 toxic bait still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. But you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. If he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. 10 seconds to go. Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long. Is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the BLITZ
control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man count. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to my Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of 1 fusion barrier, but that's just wasting time, and QOR are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around and trying to find any little gap that he can to get the first one.
Tyson has to deal with that Stabase player now dead, and a flame down one stairs catches in Rio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now the 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1 HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea where Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison!
chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to snap in there. It's now 3v3. Deity drops, and look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain! It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure. That's Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP. But now you've given up where your full where your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Delaire swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now like 1v2. Phantom Leech is saying not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion.
V3 technically, but Orion's gonna be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind. And make it a 2v1. That Wamai does get finished off. It is gonna be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's gonna swing out from the closet, and oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap!
Retake. They've got sight. Didi's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? It's gotta make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you got to watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase. I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds down for Snake. Swings, that's one. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuser begins. Execute. Yes, he does. Here comes the chow. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a lesion, but he does get finished off.
Franklin goes down, but he's taken out 2 before he's done.
I know so many of you out there purely watch the broadcast to see Irish's oh so handsome face, but unfortunately, the production crew has decided differently, throwing us directly into the series. They want to see if the Shubinit crowd can bring back SpaceShoobs here on Skyscraper. They start off on attack, and that's the bigger question. Can they survive or can they thrive? It's Monty and Clash, 2 shield users. Who would have thunk it? Probably the best shield user to ban of Monty on the offense to be the first sets of ban, followed by probably another shield. There it is, the Blitz, and then the Kaid.
They won't thrive. Thrive was another team that Enrio was on. Not Core. Wrong team. What I'm more interested about though is the fact that for this map, actually instead of the Blitz with the Monty, the secondary shield that you see more often used, especially off of the balconies on this site, is the Osa. Sometimes you see very quick plays with the Blitz. Sometimes you see things in conjunction with a Monty, but almost definitely, or a lot of times, the kind of default push, especially in the old ban system, where if you ban something on your half, it would also be banned once sides swapped, is working the Monty in from the Black Stairs over from Restaurant, and then have the Osa over from Balcony to be able to form a pinch split push and then take that side of the map directly towards site. With the Monty banned out, I guess that's not as big of an issue, but still, Osa is something that is really strong for the attack on a lot of sites. And yes, Blitz is good, but it's still a weird ban, to me at least.
I think the big question is like, hey, you're worried about Black Door and the direct approach on this hall, because it's just so difficult to defend Geisha, right? But I don't know. I would argue that the Blackbeard would be an even better ban. Personally speaking, I don't know what the Blitz brings in terms of information, right? It's really good on Lair, but if I'm comparing Lair to other maps, I don't really think it quantifies over exceptionally well for Skyscraper over the top of something like a Blackbeard, especially knowing just how good Blackbeard is in the right hands. But especially don't use it anyways for this side, not a necessity. Merely a question. go in for a very opposing side of the map clear. Nothing direct, obviously, so they don't have a shield user. They don't want to go through black. They don't want to try that first floor off below and take that stairwell up. Instead, they need to flush out the office player Franklin here in hopes that they can get themselves either an early frag or at the very least get this side of the map cleared safely so that they can have a direct approach that gives them multiple avenues and multiple sight lines to get a safe plant down.
And the pressure is too much for Franklin. Him and the rest of Core Gaming drop back, but he's still maintaining his position towards the mid-section of the map. The extension is given up, but still, most of Skyscraper is built around can you transition the opposite side hold through this mid-section of the map and then start pushing onto site. Most of the time, people either push off of shields, plays like I talked about earlier, or go for opposite side overtakes, and this is the pivotal moment. Pushing into Shrine and pushing into Drum at the same time. If Core Gaming can hold on to that midsection, then even if things end up going well towards SpaceShoobs, they will inevitably stall out.
Yeah, it's just so difficult as well. If they can't clear out Dragon, confirm that position, maybe you have control over towards Drum, so they're still fighting for it, mind you. You're never going to have a truly exceptional place to fight in from. 45 seconds left. The first Toxic Babe will go out. Sorry. The second one to join in afterwards. How much time can you possibly burn? The Dokkaebi call rings out. The last one that Volsper has. Here's that cross, which has been exceptionally powerful if you had SpaceShoobs there moments before. It may not matter if Spiff's just allowed to stand there and fight with the gamer goggles up. It's now Spiff off towards Volsper. Second chance opportunity may be there for a refrag, but the timing is too tight, and Spiff just says, I want not just one, not just two, hand them all to me. They knew exactly where they were. Core take round one of Skyscraper in a dominant fashion to start off this map.
Yeah, Shoobs did a good job of clearing over that opposite side, but again, once it got towards that midsection of the map, Spiff just re-aggresses over towards Drum, takes space, not only just finds one, but swings for so many more. Now, that was an individual play, most certainly. Spiff did step up for his team and get the kills that was necessary, but also for SpaceShoobs, they really stalled out. He was able to get that many because once they got up close to site, once they got in the positions where I guess theoretically they could have just, busted open the wall and gone direct. It's still super uncomfortable because of the smokes. It's still super uncomfortable because of the head holes. And there was no counter to that. There were no smokes. There was no sense. There was no glass. There was nothing to aid their entries. And they stalled out at a perfect time to give Spiff the ability to re-aggress. What's not perfect is the lobby. We are having difficulty getting the last player in, so we will have a short break before we get back to this chaotic action between Core and SpaceShoobs.
Quad kill from Kaysen! What a way to set the pace for the first round of the first map of this series! What a defuse! Kaysen, pat on the back! What a shot that was!
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2 effectively, a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiryu up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jeez. But it's starting to dwindle. Sentry finds one onto Slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the Sazami, though. He just needs to find the right pick. That's such a thin angle. Sazami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Doom. Final one to Sentry. Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round. To directly duel this player inside of Control Hall, but he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Red Mine as well. Poison fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. Makes immediately refrag. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continues to fly out. Lose. Such low HP. And he gets another one as well. Also, Ariel finds one. He's got to go for this last pick. He's got one, but he doesn't. Ariel with the gun.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and like his Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Shrady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shocks. Playing from Pantry. 2 now to their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but if the slightest angle could be there for Space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it.
To win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. He needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Or deny the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
And now it's all down to dead. Dead in a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone is coming through. They now know his position. Here's up the clock to Phantom Legion. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, this is great.
I was going to bring this up here, Irish, before we jumped to break.
No.
You're scared of what I'm going to say now?
If it's what I think it is.
It's not going to be correlated to the Minecraft movie, I promise.
Okay.
Spiff's
Then
hero
go ahead.
play in round 1. A big difference to a lot of the other hero plays we noted in the prior 3 maps that came out of SpaceShoobs, from Volspur, from Teddy. I think the one time we saw a really good one from Toaster. These big hero plays from SpaceShoobs came off of, these dire 2v2 clutching up at the end. They were good before, but it still was really close. Core Gaming was making it really close. There was still a whole team behind Spiff in that round. Even if SpaceShoobs get past Spiff there, yes, it opens up everything else. It gives them control of drums. It gives them that crossover directly to T. It does a lot for them. There still is a whole team they have to get past with utility and everything else in between, guns up, whatever you have, information they'd have to get past. I think that's the big difference maker right now between SpaceShoobs and Core, and why we're seeing Core be just a little bit ahead through those first 2 maps. But map 3, obviously, a major difference maker between them.
On this site, one of the interesting adaptations that we see is not only just the Nook, but Nook shotgun. Something that we see that we've seen more recently. A lot of tier 1 teams adapt to bring Ying shotgun, which is the same shotgun just without the silencer. But even still, the opening pick and the opening piece of impact isn't gonna involve the Nook at all. Exige on the Blackbeard is the first to lose his life, completely disconnected from the rest of his team.
Where else could you possibly go now if you're on the attack for SpaceShoobs? You're down your Blackbeard, no shield. Nook is off the board. Toaster just gets eviscerated by 9mm shot from Spiff. It's an even quicker downfall. There's no repercussions. You're not 2 rounds in, not a single player having been taken down in any capacity for Core. The fallback plan has to be made. You're back onto the opposing side of the map. Spiff's able to isolate Schmiggy. And yeah, your first death if you're Core. But it's to Volspur. They had the highest positive KD heading into this. And you've been able to keep them relatively silent in, same capacity as before, next to Teddy, who's had to step up big. And yet the team right now is struggling. As you'd expect, we talked about it. Skyscraper tends to be dominated by one side over the other, but...
Yeah.
even still, you can't really chalk this up to just defenses being better, because it's not like SpaceShoobs are doing everything textbook right, and Core Gaming just are barely getting it over the line and using the advantages of being able to dig their feet in. For SpaceShoobs, it's just kind of all falling apart. I mean, we talked about earlier on in this game of like, hey, you know, like we're getting a little bit goofier because we're casters, but it seems like we talked about something similar is happening to SpaceShoobs, where as the match has gone on, it seems like they've just gotten more and more beleaguered. In the first map, they had so much energy. It was a hectic back and forth, and even in the second, they dragged it all the way to an overtime. But then once we got to Bank, things kind of started to seem like SpaceShoobs didn't have the same amount of energy. The executes weren't as put together. Things weren't quite as well coordinated. They didn't have the win conditions that they usually had in the late round on their defenses. And going into this map, their attacks are just so disconnected. Starting off that round by losing a Blackbeard, we saw it on 1 or 2 of the rounds over the previous 3 maps. But in the first 2 rounds, having a pretty horrific stall out in the first round, and then starting off the next by losing your Blackbeard, for SpaceShoobs, it just seems like they don't have that spark that they used to when we started this matchup.
Can that spark be reignited? I don't see there's any reason why a catalyst could not be found for SpaceShoobs. But when, arguably, one of the things we've said has been really good for Core Gaming, that was information. We have not really had the opportunity to say that for SpaceShoobs. I think once on Bank. Past that, I don't know. It's kind of a little bit lackluster. Not that they're bad, it's just there's never been anything to truly drown that out, to truly scream that out to us as casters that this has been something prevalent. And maybe that's a reason why we see their offenses have been somewhat okay for this series overall. Not enough of a difference maker to screw the pooch in regards to getting a win. But we'll have to see. Core Gaming, though, still have all 5. Dokkaebi calls will not be an option. Something that was used in round 1 to limited success, obviously. Didn't give them nearly enough information, but it's the Finka calls you're more concerned with to make sure the team is moving at the same fell straight. Even with the Blackbeard forward, SpaceShoobs are just now reaching the gates towards T and Geisha to actually take a fight to get top-down control.
Yeah, top floor hold, and for Core Gaming, the vast majority of your players are on top floor. It's par for the course, but what isn't is it all falling apart instead for Core. So many kills from SpaceShoobs traded out by 1 onto Volspur, but now Core are springing back into action in a 2 versus 3.
You have something from Franklin. Cook it. Still up on this floor. The rival takes a second fight now to Toaster. No way! Exige! Saving Teddy's life, but you're pushing here if you're Franklin. You want this kill, you want something. The UMP, little to no recoil, but a fight you do not want to take against a Blackbeard, but you need to keep them honest here against Teddy. Round the bend, Mary go. Down on that mezzanine side, shots to the back, rival! The confidence to go after that. Focal even saying, why are you hunting for that? Go the 1v1, you have to, you're the shield. Core just punishing that.
Yeah, Focal had a perfect read that entire time. He knew that if he gave the Blackbeard the ability to walk back and get that res, he would find himself in a nearly unwinnable 2 versus 1. Because not only is it just a position where you're able to secure out a man advantage fight, but also it's a shield and 1 more, the strongest shield in the game of that Blackbeard, also with another gun to be able to play off of it. So Focal re-aggressing over and over and over and over and over again looks a little bit weird, and it looks a little bit funky, and it kind of seems like a bit of a game of chicken, but it's perfect for Focal because he is able to maintain that pressure, and usually something like a Blackbeard would cause the defenders to feel uncomfortable, would cause defender rotations, keeping the distance close with the Blackbeard, just far enough where he can't get meleeed, just far enough where he can't be ran at, but also close enough where he can just run directly on the heels of the Blackbeard and stop him getting the res off. Everything about that was perfect from Focal.
It's just me, here's that scoreboard screen slightly off-center for the numbers.
Is it?
It is, for the timeout. The
Oh, I
star, the kill logo, the deaths, all of those are like in between the numbers.
Oh, I didn't. I was not clocking that. I'm
Replay crew, throw
not
it back.
nearly as OCD.
Replay crew, throw it back. I'm not crazy, I promise.
I don't believe you.
I've not been locked in a room, nor a rubber room, okay? Right? There have been no
or
rats.
most certainly not a rubber room with rats.
Yeah, exactly.
Because rats do make you crazy.
They cause insufferable panic. Speaking of panic, though, this may be a time for SpaceShoobs fans. Are you still shoobbing it? Time will tell.
Remaining.
Like I said, can't go too crazy for a map like Skyscraper for a single half like this. It's going to be a defender game. But Core, the way they did it in round 1 and 2 are such big fashions that you have to start to see SpaceShoobs close that gap. Obviously, round 3 was a much closer affair. But it still is huge critical errors on individuals' parts that are causing issues. If you're getting that close and you're finally nipping the overall team problem that was round 1 and 2's results, round 3 has to start to close out those team issues. Because in a way that we used to say all the time, if we allow every single person to make a mistake once a round and a half, right? You're going to lose 6 rounds. You're going to lose 5 rounds guaranteed. The 6th is going to be we finally get it, but it's still not going to be enough, right? You have to play nearly perfect at this level, even though it's just T3 to low T2.
The one thing for SpaceShoobs is, and something that is probably an alarm bell ringing in all of their heads, is the most recent time that they played it when they won 7-2. They won that attacking half. They started off on attack, they got a 4-2, and then they closed it out in 7-2, not losing a single defensive half, or not losing a single defensive round, but that started off with a strong attacking half they have just not had, and it just gets worse.
Rival gets the first, thankfully. Short-lived for overall success, but Spiff is still standing, and there's their 8th overall in 4 rounds. Franklin off the board. Window repel still fairly strong, but you have Teddy who's doing DB&O'd, and there's that run-out attempt. Inriel punished. He didn't actually have to step out that door for it, but felt maybe it was a necessity. Thanks to that, Teddy will be able to be picked back up, though low on HP. Not the worst-case scenario overall for you. The one that is having Spiff still be alive, and Rival also standing not too far away. And Spiff has, yes, been spotted probably by that drone, but they can always reposition, and it's always an unknown with 80 seconds left.
Yes, Spiff and Franklin are these long game players. Franklin, I mean, just to remind everyone, is a console player. And what I've been told by several console players and several people who know a lot about the console scene is that those weekend tourneys are long, intense slogs. And Spiff being a former Tier 1 player, they both know how to lock in for these long games, and they've only gotten better.
Go on, ready.
Ooh, those bees. Do they spot? I don't know if they know Spiff is there. They sent that to the back. Twinkies may have an angle. Are they aware they're just behind that wardrobe? They may not. Twinkies not watching that anymore. Spiff is just waiting around the corner. Decisive chance to strike. Keep peeking once again. Spiff waiting. Losing their teammate of Rival. If they line up, this could be perfection. Gets 1-2! Not able to finish off the Nomad, but almost unaware that there was a second one following suit in the same door frame. The first round win, though, for SpaceShoobs on their offense. It'll come in round 4.
I believed in the Spiff 1 versus 3. He made me believe for just a second. But thankfully enough for SpaceShoobs, even with the alarm bells ringing, they are still able to close out all of that sound and get 1 round on the board. Now, realistically, they still need 1 more. A 5-1 half, even on a heavily defensive-sided map, is still really bad. So they need just a single 1 left to comfortably get to the next half. Because a 5-1 and a 4-2, despite only being 1 round difference for each of these two teams, if you get onto the second half only having 1 round, then you need to be flawless on 2 sites and also win your tertiary site 1 time. So for SpaceShoobs, if they want to give themselves a little bit more breathing room to maybe not be perfect on those first 2 sites, or maybe not have all 3 completely locked up on their defense, they need to lock in for these next 2 rounds and get at least 1 more of them.
Rival once again go for the cheeky step out here to the office wall. The doomed reinforcement quickly afterwards. It's crazy how one little thing that happens years ago now just becomes the stereotype and it's the guarantee. Like Cafe going top down to the roof and playing the exact same setup every single time, and there are guarantees for this, but you can't really counter it now. Maybe back in the day you could cook a nade perfectly and throw it up there, but obviously we can't cook any more nades. Bring back nades. I'll tell you what we won't be bringing back. Volspur to round 5. Nitro's toss, that is a gnarly one to have to face off against, and with a window repel that honestly very well could have netted them a kill. Thankfully the refrag there if you're there for Core Gaming. It's still a loss of life for Franklin, who's been a very valuable player overall for Core Gaming in this map.
But even still, Focal being right there with his teammate, even not physically, but trading Franklin in a position where realistically no one could have really been expecting a trade. Franklin swinging over aggressively, giving his life away a little bit, but his teammates are just so good that even after he's lost that, it doesn't really matter because Core Gaming still have the man advantage. And for SpaceShoobs, the problem time after time has not been this opposite side. The problem has been getting through the midsection of the map, and now they have a man disadvantage and they're stacked up on this opposite side still on the outside looking in.
Oster. 40 HP. Rival not too far away from him. Jesse close. Shots connecting through a soft wall, but you know it's off towards Geisha, but you have to take that firefight. Break down this Kiba barricade now with the Bailiff. Slow ways to stall and buy time. Love the visual here of the top down, giving us a clue as to how the offense of SpaceShoobs need to break into this one. No one off towards Gong, though, I think, or Drum, sorry, is maybe a bigger problem than it can technically turn into. Exige will go down to the first floor. Would be a chance to apply pressure from below. And also to get that stairwell under control and have that cross. But then they're alone. They're stuck in firefights where you have top control and soft walls to dominate from. This is still a better spot for Core. And you've also moved Schmiggy into a good spot to play in tandem with Exige.
And they're in a better position because now they've rotated to be able to not only just play off of each other, but also play to get into sight. The case now in Exige's pocket, and with those Selma charges, he has the ability to get into sight, but he has to cross the sight line to Core.
Here's your frag needed. Toaster deals with Rival, who finally took the chance to swing that fight. With the plant going down, you have to make a decision. This is guaranteed. In Rio, out the door. Second shot, it almost got him. Mossberg would demoralize every bit of HP remaining, and that door is under total lock and key, but it's down instead, off towards Dragon. Exige, 10 HP, just a single bullet may do it with the 9v19, and there it is. Focal, clutching up for Core Gaming. 4 rounds to 1, and we very well could see the 5-1. We joked that would be so tragic on Bank, but almost expect it on a map like Skyscraper.
Put Focal in a tough spot, in a tough 1 versus 1, and it seems like he's just gonna win it over and over and over again. We saw on Lair, Franklin have 2 opportunities where he was put down into a very tense 1 versus 1. He lost the first, but he won the second. Focal is flawless in positions like that, especially again in these back-to-back scenarios. I mean, just looking at that round and then going back just a few to that 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 1.5 with the Blackbeard, when he's in these really tough scenarios, he's been playing it perfectly. Spiff has been collecting all of the necessary kills in the early and mid round, but Focal in the late round has been the rock for his team. He's also someone that we don't really talk about for Core all that much. Spiff is a former tier 1 player. Franklin coming from M80X. You can kind of be like, yeah, he played with Stompin'. He's real good. And Inrio being that consistent player of Core. But kind of Focal and Rival usually fall to the wayside, and they don't really get talked about as much. So again, Focal being this consistent as one of the non-star players of his roster is really, really good for him.
Ooh, we've seen so many times the SpaceShoobs offense kind of get stuck in a lull. Kind of the big problem we said in round 1 came down to they're just getting gate kept at a door. Round 5, love having Exige move down and across the stairwell in corner. Black door also being power held. moving a player back towards Dragon after they win their fight against Rival just inside that room. Everything there is done correctly, but you did not have the clearance necessary otherwise because you didn't have someone on window repel. Honestly, but the annoying part about Skyscrapers for offense, you have to basically maintain every player and play perfectly. Even then, defenders can make mistakes, and they still get exceptional value off the back of it. But it's the drone game now for SpaceShoobs to attempt to get through. Breakthrough Shrine window. Toaster knows they have some level of clearance thanks to the drone within Dragon. Nobody is there, but Rival is just around this corner watching for any visual of a player jumping through, and there's the drone to get the intel. That'll force Rival back into team.
With the rest of SpaceShoobs trying to take space around it as well. Kept at arm's length by Inrio on these black stairs. Opening pick, once again, found by Spiff onto Volsper. And that's yet again onto the Ying of SpaceShoobs. Someone that you want to keep alive for moments just like this where you know Rival is right in a position that you need to clear. You know exactly where these power positions are, you know exactly where these operators are, but there's significantly less to clear them when you don't have a flashbang that pops 5 times to go off in their face, and things just get harder for SpaceShoobs.
Oh, Nitro out. Schmiggy's been TP a node. Is that a guaranteed kill? Players hunting for core, maybe not aware of the fact it did get them down. Now a swing from Teddy. This is where we talked about before, saying, hey, we know they've had problems getting through this or gateway, through this area to clear top floor. They're no closer. They don't have any job security when it comes to getting into T and having their dinner with it too. You gotta let them cook a little bit here. I'm starting to think it could be a problem. Rival will be DB&O'd by that nade. And again, with no confirmation for the kill, they'll have to burn another one to ensure that. Off with Rival. There it is. 20 seconds left. Shields up for Schmiggy. Rotate is there, but you got players down below. Pantry there for Teddy. Crouch play. Wow, Franklin should have had that one. And now a player advantage for SpaceShoobs. Long angled held. Teddy has so much power to move from here. Toaster's not too far away from him. Into sight. There's your headshot off to Spiff. 4 seconds left in a turn. Focal has to keep Exige away, and the defense of Core invalidates everything they brought to the table there, Irish.
Focal can't keep having this much impact in the late round. That is so many rounds for Core that he has just dragged across the line by individual plays in a scenario where he never should be able to get that close, or at the very least should never be able to win that consistently. You've seen 2 1v1s won out by him all on his lonesome, and in that 3 versus 2 where Teddy was destroying Core, just running through that mid floor and exploiting the massive gap of over towards Pantry, Focal just walks in, and Focal takes the 5-1 split for Core.
It's about what you'd expect, though, for Skyscraper. The issue we were having with early on was the way that Core were winning those rounds. Obviously, round 1 and 2 being so dominantly in favor for Core. And then SpaceShoobs finding a really good claim back in on 3. Obviously, the win in 4.
Attackers need
They have to play a near perfect mental game, which is really the hard part, I think, about Skyscraper for a map like this. Keep in mind, this is technically, when you have a choice between the two, it was the SpaceShoobs, right, who opted for this one before we see the Decider. If the Decider is up for Consulate, I can double check and confirm that that is the case. SpaceShoobs were picking this one first, leaving the Decider up as Consulate. They felt like they could do it, and even with that, they start off on the attack first, and it's the scoreline that's hard to kind of take on the chin. I know I mentally would not be able to handle it, but you know what I say? If you can't play, you cast. And if you can't cast, you do production. If you can't do production, own a Collegiate R6 League.
Attackers objective.
That's crazy.
Tango Maker down.
You just hit like 5 drive-bys.
I did not let a single person go without getting it there.
Yeah, either way for SpaceShoobs, this is a pretty horrific start to this map. Because again, the last time that they played it, they won it off the back of getting a not only just passable, but a really good attacking half, and then going flawless on their defense. They need to go nearly flawless on their defense. At least winning 5 to even secure them, and QOR are just going so quickly into them.
The attempt is valid. I can see the vision behind the process, but Franklin's now going for an attempted plant. Spiff with great cover. That's 2. If Franklin even gets this planted, 6-1 our possible score, but anything could happen just yet. Volspur will deal with Franklin, who just put down the diffuser. 3-on-3, but you're in a full post plant with great cover. Window repel is locked in. Roam here for Toaster, but Spiff just takes you down with a skeleton key, it feels like, at that distance. And Volspur will tease the diffuser from below with 4 for Spiff.
Any ace?
We hunt for this one. Exige around the corner. Nope, there's the denial. You still have one player on window repel, and you have another one just below it who can jump in through that window and fight. This goes in for detonation on nothing. Shots from window. Exige has to step off, and Inrio can still see the feet from there. Match and series point for the grand finale now of Blitz Phase 4, Season 3, however many more things you want to add on to it for Rainbow Six Siege X.
Shoobs, after slowly losing their momentum over the course of this best of 5, now tasked at winning 5 rounds in a row to take it to overtime and then win this map and then win another map. It is a mountain for them to climb, and it seems just undoable. Even on defense of a map like Skyscraper, especially after a round like that, where QOR were just kind of able to waltz in on them, and Spiff was able to almost ace you single-handedly, just running around with a buck, finding kill after kill after kill, and Plant was able to be snuck in directly under your nose. This seems undoable. I started off this matchup by shoobing all over. You can't just say that. You can't just say that. I have stopped shoobing.
This is the same guy who said the Minecraft movie stunk, by the way. Just saying.
Okay, all right.
Attackers must
That's enough of that.
defuse the bomb.
It wasn't good. I'll say it.
Reloading.
I don't know. The story is... It's hard to write a really great story in Amateur Siege for a lot of teams, but when you talk about the precedent and the history that these players have, not just as, you know, Spiff in the T1, talking about players coming from console and being able to evolve, and just how long these players have been here, you want to see more from SpaceShoobs. You want to see them be able to get to that 5th map and fight for it. But now looking at, you know, grand finale point, championship point, whatever you want to call it, QOR do the unthinkable and sprint in to win to get to 6. And now 4 mistakes between SpaceShoobs losing out and QOR Gaming winning. And that's a hard pill to swallow for SpaceShoobs. 60 seconds into this round, and no single player has been lost. But look at the intel QOR have. 2 players inside Dragon. Are they aware it's 2, or are they just aware of Teddy?
Even if they aren't aware of it, they still have the calls in a little bit to be able to get a little bit more info as well. If Rival just sends that out, then they'll definitely hear more than one of those phones going off. Either way, it's not going to be quite there quite yet because they haven't gotten really to the midsection of the map. They're still duking it out on this extension, and SpaceShoobs are still fighting for their lives.
How much more space? Here's your shot. Maybe a chance for QOR Gaming to finally get themselves into this round. With Rival going prone to deal with Schmiggy, who's already low. Makes it a little bit harder. That's why Inrio on that repel has an angle to work with. Smoke canister out, and look at this shot from Focal. So bad. For so long. It just has to continue to get worse before it gets better. Focal. We said Spiff can clutch up major moments, Irish, but I have to say Focal has been so clean for the QOR Gaming side. There's still chances here within 40 seconds.
Yeah, put Focal in these tough spots, in these tough 1vx's, and it seems like on this map, he has yet to lose. He's been spectacular. He's been perfect. He's been flawless. But at this point, he has the entire matchup on his shoulders in this 1 versus 2.
Now, off through Dragon, going through the breach that's created. One player just inside, posing in. They know they're there, but it's not going to matter. A shotgun at that range. You have to hit the head on the first round. Then, fortunately, it's a gamble if they're crouching or if they're standing, and you can see from the crouch being used there by Focal, they anticipated the crouch. But not going to be the case. SpaceShoobs will continue now heading into round 9 after the success of round 8. And did they learn a lot about how the way Core Gaming play? I have to think so, but we're 4 maps in. And one of the things we've always said about Core Gaming's offenses is they're not really changing their overall operator selection that much in the way that they play, bar those sprint rounds. Smell a huge sense of familiarity, and yet SpaceShoobs have struggled in now 3 out of the 4 maps we've seen.
Well, the one change out of them is it seems like they don't really need the IQ anymore. Because on SpaceShoobs, yes, you're running the Mute and the Jaeger, but that's not really something like a Fenrir. That's not really something like the Valkyrie that we see banned out for Core that we saw over the first few maps. Core were kind of forced to play something like a Twitch IQ time after time after time because there was just so much of that electronic ability for SpaceShoobs defense. And now that there isn't, Core have a lot more freedom to do something like this, to pick up onto an operator lineup that allows for aggression and allows for execute utility and allows for global info on these roamers that can be used very with a lot of versatility as well, because you can go for the quick execute onto site while you're pinging and while you're calling people's phones. You can also use it to clear off these roamers as well.
Clash Shield is out. Am I wrong in saying that I haven't felt like the Clash Shield brought from SpaceShoobs has really been that pivotal for them?
We saw it help a little bit on Bank, but like, yeah, not to the extent that is expected of a Clash nowadays.
I mean, they hit it on map 1, right? Like was it map 1 or map 2 that they hit it on?
That was map 1,
and it still didn't feel like it did a lot for them. Now, yes, they won the map.
Yeah, but it definitely wasn't the Clash.
It wasn't the thing that really gave them much leeway.
Yeah.
Matter of the case, they'll opt to do it again, and Exige is plenty good to be able to place that down and fight behind it. We know just how solid of a fragger they have been, topping their team right now, and likely not to change anytime soon, because it feels like Volspur is having their one off map, and unfortunately it's on the map where it's make it or break it for them.
And Core Gaming, nobody's really having an off map in Rio, has been fantastic for his team throughout this matchup, and he just continues to get hotter. One thing for this Core Gaming matchup, or for this Core Gaming team, is that they are big game players, and Franklin, proving me correct, gets yet another.
3 on 5, and this is just where Core Gaming thrive. The problem is, in the same way that we said early on, no matter how much happens, as long as you can clear out those initial players, the last few are infinitely easier to deal with on a map like Skyscraper than the first few. If they can get their feet in the door, SpaceShoobs have a chance. Shot out in the range, there's your first. Volspur off to spit. One more on that window, and it's the refrag. The Toaster off screen uses the Mossberg to deal with Inrio. Eater in the door. Chances are in, folks, but the smoke canisters are starting to go out. That Clash Shield plays Central Hall. It'll be a little bit harder to utilize when you can't see anything whatsoever. Shots out. Pixel peek there for Toaster. Trapped inside T. They just entirely avoid this position, but you'll have to do with Exige just outside of Geisha. May not matter. There's your frag. Exige. Pixel HP as Rival eviscerates Toaster. Now watching cover for Focal on the plant. Focal will guarantee this. Now 2 DMRs stand between Exige as the SPS is the only weapon they have in hand. Vulcan canister detonated. No one there. Prone being held. Focal's feet have been tapped, but they can just stand right up and not worry too much about it. They'll have to pick back up the shield. Their health even lower than before as the Twitch drone nearly almost got them killed. But it's GG no re. The Blitz Season 3 Grand Finals comes to its conclusion, and Core are your team to take it away. 2 of their teams make it into playoffs, and only one can be crowned the victor.
For the second Tier 3 league in a row, Core going to the Grand Finals, and Core winning it all. This is potentially
potentially a tier 3 and tier 2 super team in the making, because they've just been so darn consistent every single time that they've played. Congratulations to SpaceShoobs, but the story is most certainly QOR's excellence.
Keep in mind, this was a team that you said prior to the show, as we were having conversations about it and leading in, it felt like, what, Aerial or Eyes from back in the day, right? It felt like they had a solid main team, up-and-coming players in a secondary team. They were brewing up something big, and it felt like this was going to be the rise of something like a dynasty in the T3, possibly more seen. And watching QOR play, knowing who's on this team, 100% absolutely is the case, which I think is almost moronic. I think Spid played an Aerial back in the day. I'm trying to remember that. But like, you're looking at these players, and I 100% agree. I think this is a dynasty potentially there. And with as talented of a roster as there is on that academy team, QOR has their money cut out for them to try to continue the spree. Victories galore. Obviously a big victory here in a grand finals. We're gonna have to hear what they have to say about it, but I think there's about a clean of a picture you can ask for, even when you consider that SpaceShoobs was a team that wasn't expected to get this far and still did, taking down a lot of really tough competition.
And it also kind of, for QOR, the story also does feel very reminiscent of Makers a little bit earlier on, or a little bit more recently as well, where they consistently won tier 3 events, won an element, and were the strongest tier 3 NA team, and one of the strongest tier 2 teams very consistently as well. And if you remember, a lot of those players ended up either going to tier 1 or going back to tier 1 in the case of Kobe and Packer. So if that's anything to go off of, and if the individual performance of players like Focal, who has been around the tier 2 space but has yet to really have a breakout moment, this could be the moment where we start to see those rising stars really punch their ticket to much better opportunities, because they looked fantastic.
Well, unfortunately, from storybooks, if you win T3 leagues, then you can't make T1. So JJ can tell you that firsthand, right? So this could be bad for QOR, but I like to have a little bit. I'd like to say that I think there is 100% a chance for it, but unfortunately, sometimes that comes at the cost of splitting up those players, and we talk a little bit about the T3 roulette. So I do not want to see that come true for either of these two sides. While there's plenty we could say SpaceShoobs could work on, I think that they are infinitely better prepped than 99% of T3 and T4 teams in the amateur side, and even a lot of T2 teams. And that's just a testament to how far they got in the teams they took down. Like Hikikomori that you were talking about a lot, and seeing the players that were on that roster, 100% the fact they get that victory sets them up for a very solid grand finale, and taking map 1. Mind you, and very well could have, maybe should have, depending on how close that first half was in our second map, Alair won the second map as well, and we very well could have seen map 5 come into constantly.
And it's not only just the fact that we saw a really, really tense back and forth, but it was also the fact that, especially on Lair, we saw these two teams go back and forth bar for bar of adaptations and changes, and some really, really interesting strategies, especially that basement strat on defense for Shoobs, where they just had so many levels to it, not only just, playing the levels and the verticality of the map, but having levels in their strategy as well, of having multiple win conditions all at the same time, and on a map where you still see a lot of mid-tier 2 teams really struggle to put any sort of strategy on the board at all. That's why I wanted to say these two teams, hopefully they stick together, because the strength of strats and the strength of the teams as teams is only going to get better in time.
Yeah, it's going to be a big question to see how SpaceShoobs do fare out, and frankly, I was very impressed with the way that they played their offense on the first map of Border. We talked a lot about how it felt like they had a very wide depth of strategy. We saw it turn into a good defense over on Lair, and we saw glimpses of it on Bank, but ultimately in a map where it mattered most in Skyscraper, I think it turned into QOR having a little bit more depth and a greater understanding of it, which is kind of the problem when it comes to a best of 5. There's only so many maps, and you only have so many that you're really good with, and they target ban your good ones, they leave up ones that you can be so on. So SpaceShoobs will have to look into that in the future, because they've got a lot to work with. But that's the question for SpaceShoobs. Questions, though, for QOR. Well, Irish, we got an interview for that. Take it away.
Franklin.
Hello? What's up, man?
It's another tier 3 victory, another league, another win on the board.
Another day. That's all it is.
How does
it was fun.
How does it feel to be building a dynasty as core and kind of filling the shoes of makers as a lot of those players and that team kind of fell apart because they went to tier 1? How does it feel to be the new tier 3 and tier 2 NA super team?
I mean, we really don't think of it as that. You know, we go into every game wanting to win, and, you know, we will win. And that's what it comes down to be honest. Like, it's not really us holding ourselves higher than anyone else. It's just executing what we see when it comes to VODs and through scrims, and just us playing together. No ego.
Having no ego is really good to hear. What are your kind of plans for the future of your team? Because one of the things that we were talking about on the cast is your strength as a team isn't the kind of usual tier 3 individuality, just individual players popping off, a team of 5 players who can just, you know, have good individual impact. You guys were very clearly going back and forth of strategy, back and forth of slowing things down, of mid-game adaptations. What are your plans, hopefully, to kind of keep the team together and move forward potentially in a new Challenger series or a new element?
Yeah, so with Element coming up, you know, it's kind of just being able to stay on our toes and being able to adapt whatever teams try to throw at us. Like, you know, if they want to play aggressive, if they want a hard zone and just stick themselves in sight, like, it doesn't matter. We have to be able to work around it. And I think today we showed, you know, all the different levels of what we can do to break certain strats and adaptations teams have off of our film and what they've seen against us. They'll never be the same.
And what shout outs do you have? What messages do you have to the people watching and to the people who supported Core and, again, see you win yet another tier 3 event?
Oh man, I love all the supporters. Like, shout out Jinxie Loyals as per usual. Amazing community. And then, you know, making my grind for T1 as well as my team. I have 4 freaking godly teammates. I couldn't ask for 4 other players to be surrounded with coming onto PC. It's been amazing.
And congratulations are in order. Again, looking forward to Element. I am just so hopeful that you guys are going to make a Makers-like run and just do absolutely incredibly, because we've seen nothing but excellence from you. Have a wonderful night, Franklin.
I appreciate you so much. Amazing event. You know, it's amazing. Shout out my team. Vocal, Spiff, Rival, in Rio. They're the GOATs.
What an interview once again for Franklin. Irish, it has been, I think, a big moment for them. And like they said, covered with a team full of GOATs, and they're looking to continue that journey onwards. You expect to see it continue. I think that's going to 100% be the case for them.
I am all but certain that they will continue on this strength that we've seen from them in tier 3 into tier 2, because a lot of the same teams are going to be playing an Element, and if these last 2 events are anything to go by, Core will be the best of them.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on Core. But with that being said here, Irish, T3 teams, T4 teams, they come and go, but at the same time, the leagues themselves also come and go. It's been 3 seasons of Blitz events galore, but with that being said, for the final time here from us at Blitz, it has been our pleasure to provide these players a home to play, and now as well, a place in Siege X to provide right at the start of it. That is it from us. For the last time, thank you very much for watching.
enemy's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. Keep burning down. No, we won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high.